Hey Cindy, can you hear us okay?
Right,
we need to get it rolling.
His son-in-law, I better go sit down.
There she is. She's there.
He was running that.
Cindy, can you hear us?
Oh, yeah. See you, Rich. Thanks.
See you, Lee. Oops, sorry.
Writing Donald Jr. I'll try to keep my message.
That is true.
Ed said I could just use kid sticks, so he said I'm moving you down.
Want me to go get gas?
It's not entirely true.
Just text her. I don't know if you can hear us or not. That's what.
Free to go roll like
I'm
that.
not a big proponent.
Go back to the one.
I guess.
Hold myself and do a 9 to 5. It doesn't make that great money. And I always wish kind of weird.
Okay, everybody, we're live here, so. First, I want to thank Jason for getting that arranged last night. It's good to get together and sit down and chat.
I gotta give kudos all to the Great Falls office staff. That and Natalie, because and Evan's recommendation was Montana Club, but otherwise they did all the logistics and handled all of it. So it's a department effort, as I said yesterday. It's not just access.
Well, thank you all. It was good to be there together. Good restart. So, okay, so setting this up. So today we're going to finish the presentation on the programs that we interrupted a little bit yesterday. And then one thing that has to be today is the Pella Access program recommendations. Got to be done, so we won't skirt around that. I know everybody's looked at those in the regions, so it should be pretty straightforward. And then the big lift is going through our work plan and developing those priorities to set up for the next year. Within that, we are gonna go back and talk about what we expect in the interconnected relationship with FWP. We didn't quite get there yesterday, so. And I think we're gonna wait until Quentin gets back for that. He should be here in an hour or so to have that part of the discussion, so it's clear through. Any questions?
Is he bringing the director with him?
I don't believe so.
She's on vacation, I guess.
I don't think she's scared of it. At least she'd love you. Now, Paul's a different story.
I had a good bit with her.
I could never guess where this will land, so I just throw it out there like spaghetti and see what sticks. But yeah, I imagine one of the next times if we're in Helena, it might be.
We get to see her.
She's busy. Yeah. But, okay, so we'll pick back up where we left off.
Just as we get this loaded in your folders, like I said yesterday, there should be a travel reimbursement sheet. If you haven't filled that out yet, I stole yours.
That's okay. Thanks. I was sitting up. I didn't forget
Just make sure you grab that or hand that to me or Natalie before we're done, so you can get your mileage reimbursed.
Hey, Jason.
Yes. Yeah.
overall.
All right, so continuing on.
All right,
Perpetual and term length agreements.
Yeah, we did,
I think I just passed everyone. I think I have one. I grabbed the wrong. Go with it. Unless it's maybe I grabbed the wrong.
I got one.
Okay.
Okay, we ready to go?
we're ready.
All right.
Ready to
Go.
go?
Sorry.
All right,
Thank you.
we're gonna talk about access to public lands or APLs. These can be term length agreements or perpetual easements. So they could run from September 1st to January 1st or be open all year round. They're usually used for hunting access, but could include recreational access depending on what the landowner would like to see. The easements can be held by an outside entity. We do have some that are held by BLM. They can be negotiated by the appraised value, payment or in other incentives. They do have rules associated with them, so kind of just like PALAs. So these are going through private property to get to public lands. Everything is negotiable. There is no application deadline for these, so you could do these at any time during the year. And I don't know if you guys can see very well. So this is north of Malta. We've got an access easement on 1 mile of this road. So the actual county road ends about here. And then there's a mile easement that FWP did with the landowner to get people up into this Cottonwood Creek area for BLM. So these are pretty simple. We don't have a lot of these in the state, but this is something that we can keep in our back pocket in case it fits what a landowner needs.
Chair, Katie, so just a really quick question on that. As you guys put those together, is there any consideration of things that have to be done with, say, DNRC? Because I know in our area, there's been a few cases where there's private land, BLM and state, and accessing that, but then having the landowner had to get, I guess, and I'm probably gonna get this all wrong, but the state had to have some approval. The DNRC had to have some approval because there was state land ahead of BLM ahead of private or something like that. I was just some examples. So I guess I just didn't, as you guys work through these, I guess my question is it a collaborative with DNRC? Because apparently they have some laws that they have to follow. I think there's some of that in there. So, okay.
Yeah, collaborating with the BLM and DNRC is a huge part of the process. And actually on this one, FWP has to do all of the road or the weed spraying on that road on our easement. So this one's kind of unique in that way, and that was part of the agreement.
Okay.
So it was part of the negotiation for this agreement.
Yeah.
Katie, how many are there in the state?
Less than 10.
Yeah.
Yeah,
probably
that's
about 8.
So the second part of the question I have is, as we start talking about what our priorities are going to be for the upcoming year, do you have a sense, or does the group here from Fish, Wildlife and Parks have a sense in terms of what the potential is to have more? I mean, there's a lot of potential, but the real potential in terms of getting landowners to agree to that, to get BLM or whoever involved. What do you think the potential is to really expand this program without, I mean, recognizing the limited amount of manpower you have and dollars and everything else? Where do you think this could go?
I mean, there's always potential to expand, but it's based on what the landowner wants. So sometimes PALA works better, or unlocking public land worked better. And then other times, like this was done in 2015 is when this easement was actually went through. So this was before PALA. So this was our program that we had for accessing public lands.
I think just to follow up on that, Dale, too, these projects, if they are perpetual, right, all go through the commission process. So there's an EA, there's a decision notice. And the last couple projects that we've had in the hopper have died because of the easement requirements being that the landowner has to perpetually maintain that easement. Right, so that was the last one we had was, we had a great project, it was gonna open up a ton of land. But then once that clause piece of the agreement or the easement was there where, yep, heck, you and your family now have to be responsible for maintaining this easement, that killed it right away. The other one we've done, actually south of Butte, or maybe even north, I can't remember exactly, Timber Gulch. That one was actually a 1/10 of a mile road right of way easement that connected to BLM road network, and the BLM maintains that easement. And so that one was through flying colors, no problem, easy. Actually, we had 3 different sportsman's organizations plus Army F basically pay for the easement. So BLM holds it. We purchased it. We purchased it. We assigned it to BLM. They maintain it. Those are the kinds of projects we would love to see, that those other entities that have that infrastructure to maintain these easements, those ones we could easily do. We have the funding to be able to do them. It's just trying to find those creative solutions to meet that exact need. That's where we ran into problems, was the easement language before.
That's helpful. Thank you.
So on the one that looked great, didn't happen, what was the length, distance of the easement?
About 4/10 of a mile.
Oh, wow. And so did that come up as a surprise in that?
I don't know how it, again, this was, I think, maybe 20. Do you remember, Katie? It was at the French's. Anyway, yeah, I don't think it came as a surprise. It just finally kind of realized with the landowner, because we had all the title work done and everything. It just right at the end, that one clause, the family decided wasn't what they could agree to. I mean, it's gumbo roads and,
Yeah.
you know, they don't want to have to maintain it forever. So that's what fell apart, but
Do you recall what the term length was?
it is perpetual.
Mr. Chairman, we've got one that goes through release of big block of state land there that joins the Highway 24. And the DNRC went in there and dedicated an easement through their stuff, but it comes to a set of trails. Almost all the trails go to a piece of deeded land. And so they've got an easement that goes to our deeded land. And then I don't know, does it stop? I don't know. And then it starts again on some more DNRC land and BLM and land and goes and hooks it up. And there was no communication at all with the lessees. They just did it. It showed up on the new map deal. And I think if part of that had helped, you know, if the DNRC guys go, hey, we want to put this road in here, we do the maintenance on it and all that stuff. And, you know, but it's 10 miles of road or 15 or something. It's just, you know, drag a box scraper down and fix it up after all the felons get done driving up down. But you know, there's not a lot of communication. You get away from that adversarial, you know, kind of seemed adversarial because it just poof, it just showed up, you know. They could have said, hey, we want to do this, you know, how do you want to do it? And it still stops. If we wanted to stop it there at Dark Trail, we could, you know, but never have. Thanks.
One more question. Is there a role this council could play that might help to facilitate having more of these perpetual or term length agreements? I mean, I'm just trying to think through this. It seems the program is in place. It's just finding willing cooperators, but I don't know if there's something that as a council we could do to say, hey, if we made these changes, it might really help facilitate getting more of these. And any input on that?
Dale, Mr. Chair. I certainly think it's worth, as I think priority wise though, of all the things that we do, to me, this is one that doesn't seem like it's a super big priority. I don't know the whole state and I don't know everyone's region, so I get that, but I know that the landowners when you take anything perpetual is always just a huge, it's almost like a red flag, not knowing everybody's situation. I think it's great that it's there. It's an option because not everybody's in the same situation. But I think as I look at the scope of all the things that we could be helping, block management, all these different access programs that we have, I guess I would say that my only thought that creates a problem in this, or maybe something that landowners, and or even people in the area is just perpetual, just the whole thing about lifelong or, and then enforcement of that. What is that actual, it's more the connotation of what it maybe infers. And when you don't, in certain areas where you maybe don't have the enforcement, or you don't have the control, or you have other neighbors that are around that may be affected by it, probably makes it a challenge. So not saying it's off the table or anything. I just, as I look at our whole list of priorities, to me personally, like, it's not a big area that I would be really pushing on as far as the other ones. I just think it raises concern, I guess, because of the word perpetual.
That's one unique thing, is that this doesn't have to be, but it could be up to.
Okay,
So
yeah,
it
it says
could be
term
any-
length, I know.
Yeah, yep. So yeah, you're right. If it's a perpetual, that's one thing, but there's also potential to do really one to
Okay.
perpetual.
Yeah,
length.
thanks for
So,
clearing
yep,
that up.
Yep.
Okay, Jason. Yeah.
So Katie, I don't think you got to answer Dale. You want to restate it? Dale?
Well, just again, my question was, as we work on our priorities, is there a role this council could play to maybe help facilitate getting more of these agreements, either perpetual or term agreements on this access public land? And just sitting here thinking it through a little bit, I don't know that there is, but I don't know that there isn't. Nothing jumps out at me like, gosh, if we did these things, it would really help this program. And I'm not coming up with anything. That's why I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not a big program. We don't use it that much. I mean, there's always room for expansion, but a lot of the times, as Rich said, I mean, you put the word perpetual in front of some of these landowners and they go, oh, maybe not. But then we also have other programs that do the same thing. So sometimes it just works out that they would like a different program and not APL, for instance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Mr. Jordan.
This isn't just related to vehicle access. It could be a quarter crossing kind of an easement too. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
So I just want to make a clarification. I was wrong. It's a 2 mile road. So I just pulled up this 2 mile road, about 23,000 acres south of Malta was the original proposal we had. And we had done all the work right till almost the closing table.
When you get to that point, do you ever contact Rocky Mountain Milk, or do you ever contact the different organizations to see if they can't partner with you?
I'm not sure on that one, if how that all played out. This was 2019 was the last time that really was, this project was done. I think that, like I said, that it was the perpetual maintenance of it. That was the piece of it. It wasn't the acquisition price. We could afford it. Yeah, it was the maintenance and who's going to maintain it.
What was that price? If you haven't, I'd have to look. That's okay.
So
I'll let you know.
let's move forward on the next program, but I think this is one that we haven't, is it low hanging fruit or not? We don't know. So I think we can include that in the whole package of access programs when we go. We should all make a note of it as a question as to whether or not there's more potential or not. I mean, when I look at just this example, I mean, it's access to a point that probably doesn't have any otherwise, at least in that vicinity. So it's either a PALA or this type of program. I'm not real familiar with the funding, the limitation on the funding, and I think we can look at that going down the road. Is that fair? Seems, I just didn't pay attention to it, so it seems like there's something there that we haven't explored thoroughly.
Now I'm gonna kick it over to Evan to talk about that.
So yeah, this
Thanks, Katie.
talking about access through private land to public land, this shows 3 programs, right? We actually have 5. Some of which aren't developed yet, so that's why we're not showing it at this point. So there's 5 separate programs that gain access to public lands through private lands with different funding sources. So the one that we all know, or we should all know now, the public access land agreements, or PALAs, Annual payment of up to $15,000 dependent upon the criteria that was developed. Needs to be inaccessible or under accessible public land and can be concurrent with block management. Hunting, it can be for hunting and or fishing access. Public land grazing farming lease required. And we do have that application period, so it's a little more standard year round of the March 15th. I could go over this. I think we all know Palos pretty well. Do you want me to dig in? Do we have questions?
Right.
Good, thank you.
Okay. Over to UPLs.
All right, so unlocking public lands does basically the same thing as Palos. You're going through private property to get to public lands. But instead of a payment, we actually provide a $750 income tax credit. And each landowner can have up to 4 credits, so they can have up to 4 agreements per landowner. The land has to be inaccessible or corner locked public lands. They cannot be enrolled in block management while still being enrolled in unlocking public lands. That is in statute. The access has to be for all recreation, not just hunting, and they have to be open for at least 6 months out of the year. So a lot of the ones that we have are open from, let's see, June 30th to December 31st. So they're open for 6 months and a day, basically. The grazing and farming lease has to be is required for the state land, but it's not in statute that they have to have the BLM lease. And applications are due March 15th, so it runs concurrent application wise with Palos. And there are 5 in the state right now.
Questions?
I have a question. So access for all recreation, not just hunting, but on state land, you can't drive.
Right.
So so the recreation would be horseback, biking, those type of, right? That's what we're referring to, or access to
Yep.
that land to do that. Okay.
Bird watching.
Yeah, bird watching.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
So question is that the last access program we're gonna talk about? Those are, okay, yeah.
Keep it open to you. Thanks.
So the last one I'm going to mention is our recreational access program. I'll kind of start with the history of how this has come about. There it goes. So in my region, years ago, the warden captain at the time, we have all of our corporate lands up there, all the corporate timber lands. The time it was where Plum Creek and Weyerhaeuser. We had this struggle where they were allowing the hunting access. We had them enrolled in block, but they were also allowing. They had an open lands policy and is allowing all recreation year round. And so our enforcement didn't have a tool for writing tickets beyond criminal trespass during a non-hunting season. So our warden cap at the time, we did these biannual rules where the commission could hear on the rules, they could adopt them, and now wardens could write a violation of commission adopted rules year round. We started doing this and then we kind of got put on a hold because we just didn't know if we had the enforcement was just worried about the capacity that they had and if they could handle patrolling or like being pulled during the summer when they're focused on aquatics and stuff to these lands year round. So we have 3 of them currently. We have the Nature Conservancy in Region 2, and then in Region 1, I have a Vista utility company, which is the map I have here. It's along the Clark Fork River over in Thompson Falls and Noxon. And then we also have Stimson Land and Lumber, which have lands in both Region 1 and 2 as well. House Bill 83 that just passed, I think will play a lot into this. We don't have, I don't know what this is going to look like going forward. I think it'll streamline the process of the commission hearing these rules, but we just got to figure out what we are looking at moving forward with enforcement in their capacity still. All of my landowners in Region 1, just about all of them are ready to be in this because all of them are still corporate lands that are allowing the year-round access during the summer. So they would like to be able to have some more teeth to their rules when there's not a hunting season for those 3 or 4 months in the summer. So that's kind of the gist of it. Do you have any questions on biannual rule or recreation management areas?
I'm just interested. So in what, it's cool, like a Vista and all that and all the people in that, I know that area. So is that, are the issues they would normally have or the rules that they're trying to enforce to be like littering or no campfires or what, I mean, what are the things that they're most concerned about, I guess?
Yeah,
Weeds? I don't
a
know.
lot of them allow camping, and then so it's the litter and picking up after yourselves. So a lot of these lands, if you've been out there, look like Forest Service lands. They have the big forest, like the gates that look like
Right,
Forest Service
right.
gates. A lot of vandalism was with that, with people
Okay.
cutting locks,
Oh, okay.
pulling out gates, going through.
Oh, okay.
There's a property north of Columbia Falls that have a issue with mountain bikers creating illegal trails, and so we're trying to handle that. Off-roading when they're not supposed to be. So that gate issue is mostly with people trying to get vehicles
Okay.
behind and driving in. So it's mostly vehicle and vandalism.
It's creating the opportunity for FWP to enforce that or to be able to help them, right, or when there's issues. Okay, cool.
Yeah, yeah. And maybe just one other thing to mention that's kind of been me just thinking forward as a challenge. Right now, the trade-off is we can just enforce their rules. They are the landowners I have in mind are all in block, so they're getting paid for their block, but it's hard to tease out. We really don't have a system to pay them for use during the non-hunting seasons. So how we tease that out or not as moving forward, if they start doing 100 days and stuff like that, but
What are the payments for these?
there is none. They get paid through their block management,
Oh, it's through block?
but we're not specifically paying them through the biannual through the recreation management area. And all of the ones we have, there is a no sign-in system, so we're just doing it off an acreage calculation for the block portion, if that makes sense. So we just have a calculation we come up with based on other known hunter days on block management areas, and we pay them off of that.
Sorry. No.
Yeah.
But to me, it doesn't sound, I mean, if they're corporate lands and things like that, I mean, it doesn't sound, and I don't know if that's where it goes at some point, but I think one of the things is I think about all this in general is the access that people are providing to whether it's their private lands or whatever, or even to some respect, I mean, the state lands, the people that have the leases or the people that own the land, I mean, there's a responsibility they have of taking care of it and making sure they don't have weeds, and they probably are investing, or at least the good ones are investing in those lands, it's their own property, or they have to take care of it, due to the lease that they have, et cetera. So anyway, I don't know if that's where it goes, but I certainly think that maybe that comes to a point where, they do get some monetary, value for offering that, and because they have to be taking care of it too, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cohen's got a question. Go ahead, Cindy.
Hi there. This is a little bit off the subject, but isn't it in this area that it affects the actual calculation of the number of acres in use under BMAs, etc.? It had to do with the transfer of land between the corporation or something.
I can take that. Cindy, this is Trent. I think what you're referring to is, so a lot of these companies, especially like TNC, they've been slowly transitioning their private property to public ownership. So for instance, in like Region 2, we've lost about 360,000 acres, and not necessarily lost, but transferred out of private ownership to public ownership. From TNC, or these, not even just TNC, from these corporate timber companies. So if that's what you're referring to, that is correct.
That is what I'm referring to. It kind of throws off our numbers, and we've discussed this before about how it looks like we're losing access, but we're really not losing access because those lands went to the state instead of state and private hands.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay, go Nick.
Maybe this is for Jason Moore. It seems like some of these programs have overlap. So is there a desire to stack these programs with some landowners where they may qualify for more than one? And is there any kind of, what's the ethics of that, I guess, moving forward?
Sure. So there are, we debate all the time, is there 11, is there 12, is there 13 different access programs? It just kind of depends on how you define, a program, but as far as the stacking ability, some of them clearly do allow for that. So you'll see with the PALA recommendations, a number of those are block management landowners as well, who are now providing or being compensated for the public land access they were providing probably previously under block. Same with elk hunting access agreements. You've got a number of those where landowners who can get their general elk license, they just can't get the permit. So now they go to this elk hunting access agreement, stack that with their block management agreement to get the permit. I think we probably even have a couple private land fishing access who are also, so there's just a variety of them. Some of them, the law is actually so narrow. So like the Unlocking Public Lands program, it explicitly says you can't stack. The other ones are silent. So in terms of the ethics of it, I don't want to really comment on that, but the legislature has been silent and or purposely removed some of those concerns by taking out, landowners who are in block management can actually participate in these. So there is a number of cooperators we work with that are in multiple programs, all trying to get to the same end goal.
Mr. Chairman. There's also cases in our area where the Fish and Game has purchased conservation easements on some of the neighboring ranches.
Yep.
And they still qualify.
Yeah,
And
there's
some of those, they did pretty good, and then they still are eligible for block management because it's a different deal, really. They allow hunting, but somebody's got to clean up the mess and do all that kind of stuff. And I think that was the justification for letting them kind of double dip, was there was a different deal. They had access to it through the purchase of the easement, but somebody still had to clean up the mess.
So one question I have in regards to those current programs and now the new corridor program, can we talk about just what that is? So everybody knows what that one is. I know we talked about it.
Yeah, there's actually a couple different corridor programs. One of them we didn't discuss and didn't list, and that was developed in the 21 session. Out of a portion of the outfitter preference point. So there's that all are split 4 ways, right? One is a quarter of it's to block management, a quarter of it's to PALA, a quarter is to future fisheries, and a quarter of it goes to buying perpetual easements on inaccessible public land. So it's very similar to PALA, except for that needs to be focused on a year-round recreation basis or very similar to APL. Sorry, I'm getting my programs confused. Very similar to APL in the sense that APL, the law says it has to be for hunting purposes. The 21 session created that funding source for perpetual easements, right-of-way easements for all recreations. We haven't really even developed or talked about that. That's not why it's not on your list. The other one you're referring to, Mr. Chair, was the one that came out of this session, which is a confirmation, I guess you could say, that we can do block management access corridors. We could do block management access corridors before, but now it changes it a little bit so that we're not doing the administrative piece of that, which would be 100 days and all that. It's just based on a flat fee that's set with the department. The one nuance to that, right, is that it's block management access corridors that have to be approved by the commission. So yeah, you could think, I think Evan may have said there's 5 FWP programs, UPL, PALA, APL, that 637 program, block management access corridors, all designed to get access to inaccessible public lands. There's the UPL piece, which is a tax credit. You have some that are payments. You have DNRC as well, has its own MT plan, which is the Montana Public Lands Access Network, also designed to get access to inaccessible public lands, but that's solely administered through DNRC, and their land board is the one that approves their agreement. So yeah, it's a muddy mess.
Anybody confused?
Could we get a list of all those
Mhm.
programs? With a little bit of detailed information.
Sure.
I didn't realize there were that many of them.
I think as we go forward into that, streamlining is gonna be one of the big things again. And I mean, we've done this with a side-by-side look at these programs. Probably we need to really delve into the parallels and the differences both. Just as we looked at right there on just these public land access programs to really line them up together. I suspect that that's gonna be tricky to do, easier for us to do than an interim committee to spend that amount of time looking at it and give some good guidance on it. That would be my 2 cents for going forward in our work plan for the year. Any other questions on access programs?
Quentin.
Sorry for being late, folks. I do have a question on that point. Your tolerance share. And I think maybe the question falls to staff that work with the landowners and to the landowners on the committee. And I think the question I'd like to ask is, and I don't mean it to be a challenging question of curiosity to help focus efforts here. But it might sound like a challenge. In this venue, it seems easiest for us to talk about programs and details, and that's all for good reason. The department looks at statutory language or farm rule or policy to stay in bounds, to apply the authority, which we might also say direction from the legislature to us to build these relationships for these reasons. What I wonder about is the other venue that is, for want of a better way to say it, the coffee table that a Travis might sit down at. And is that a conversation of programs, or is that a conversation of what services, what we can bring to a relationship with the landowner? More broadly, what I'm getting at is in that conversation, is the complexity of a dozen programs front and center? Or is that conversation relying on what those programs that staff know or need to know undoubtedly bring to the table and through the lens and through the vocabulary functionality on our services, controlling, helping people understand the rules, reservations. And so to bring it to your comment, Chair, my question is, when this venue talks about streamlining, is it thinking about how to present that, or is it thinking about how to perhaps adjust statute? Will it measure success by definition of meeting as many of the landowner circumstances as there are in the landscape? Or is success more inclined to be met by the volume of participation in this program versus that program, this functionality versus that functionality? None of that is meant to say not a topic for this venue, just a question about how to think about what vocabulary is in what venue, and do we need to be careful not to mix those venues and vocabularies?
Rich?
I like what you said, Quentin, about it, because I know yesterday I mentioned the word streamline. I think it's the latter of what you said, where, I mean, all these programs are for you. You guys know the constituents. You guys are out there in the regions. You know what's there. If anything comes up that, hey, we heard some landowner say we want this or whatever, that could come back to us, and that could be something we could then talk about as additional program. I guess my take on it is, Quentin, I guess, is that when I think of that is how do we, after dinner, some of the dinner discussion last night, looking at how pulled the region, coordinators are and looking at what your schedule looks like between now and September. Like, it doesn't seem like you need more on your plate to have to hash through. It's like you need less or more ability to do the things that, to work within the things that you already have. So that's my take. So I think it's helping streamline that, giving them the tools to promote the programs better, I guess. Leave it at that.
Lee?
Most of this stuff happened over at continue. It's been several years, I don't know, 20 years maybe since these access programs started. So it's a continuation of what happened. But once the legislature does it, it's on the book. And so these guys have to do it. And so it's a legislative thing. We can make a recommendation to them to clean it up. But until then, these guys have to go and say, here, we got this one, we got this one, we got this one. And so I think you're right, we need to clean it up, but it's not up to us, it's up to the legislature. They decided they wanted all these things, and that's the way it is.
Other comment? I think my comment, Quentin, would be, as you've seen all the legislative process for many, many years, it occurs to me that, and maybe I'm not hearing it quite right, but you have to have that direction and can't take a wait and see look, because what I believe we've dealt with the access managers is they just did a great presentation on all these programs, and they're all viable programs for some need somewhere. And how do you line them up all together and make them the easiest to sit down at the coffee table, which is what they're already doing, and make it work well for that landowner. I fully believe they take every individual situation and look at what works best for that particular place, also with the neighborhood in mind. We can never do that. The legislature can never do that. So clearly, the access managers have the best connection to be the most successful for any of these options. I think in streamlining, what I've seen over the years is how they'll overlap. For example, 83, that could have been done more fluidly for you folks without creating an additional step. That's just my opinion. The commission doesn't approve the block management program, but they have to approve the corridor within the block management program. So now that's a process to take your access manager's time. And I think that's, like Craig asked, they stack, some do, some don't. So I think if we can dive through that with input here, which takes a lot of your staff time, maybe we can get to that quickly, and assist the legislature in what direction they go, if they do. But they're always going to do. It's their job to do it. So I don't know if that actually answered. I think it's a combination of here and certainly your access staff for how that actually plays out.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And again, I certainly am not speaking against looking close at streamlining. Just, I guess my question was, what was the comment about? It's just really fundamentally, there are two arenas here. There are three arenas to Lee's point. There's a legislative arena that says, here's how it works. There's a conversation like this where folks talk about programs, and that's an easy vocabulary because that begs to be talked about. But then again, those are the other conversations with landowners where I wonder how much of the conversation is this program, that program, or those programs. I just want hunter services. Help me understand what kind of options I can see. And just making sure, just curious how the blend of all that, and even to your very good point, Mr. Chair, looking at the latest addition to this mix, that has a commission venue. There's at least the proponents saw a value in that venue for the unique piece, recognizing there's also overlapping pieces for the unique piece that new legislation has as it relates to the state land levy that's not involved in the agreement. So just like I say, it kind of gets complicated for me because not only are the individual legislative pieces complicated, not only as an output of that, some of our processes have its complication, but then there's also multiple venues that all of this is trying to engage to be successful. Thank you for your comments, Chair. I do think it's well worth looking at. I want to be clear. I think it's well worth looking more at.
Sure. Thank you. Any other Last comments? Okay. So next we're on to,
Just wrapping up this presentation real quick and then we'll jump into Palace. That works.
So yeah, well, actually, the last slide real quick, all programs provide liability and livestock loss reimbursement. And then this slide, just real quick, it kind of plays on this conversation we just had when we did this for staff. We do try to ask staff, we kind of try to make this presentation digestible for them. So it's like, okay, we can do fishing, hunting, recreation. Within the hunting, we have on private property and through the property to public land. But, and then this one, which is a reminder, when it comes to negotiation and the details, that's when they bring it into us, because as you guys see, it's more than a full-time job to know all these programs. So just maybe to kind of tie that all home. And then next will be Ian just discussing how we approach landowner relations, our last few slides.
I recognize this presentation's already gone long, so I'll quickly go through these slides just on how we work with the landowners and what we've been seeing. So, you know, a lot of these, there's a lot of policy, there's a lot of guidelines that come from the agency, that come from the legislature through all this, but we really work to build those relationships with the landowners because it's going to be our connection with them what allows for the individual program to be successful on that area. So when we look at like what motivates the landowner, a couple of things we've been seeing is the communication. They know they can pick up the phone, they can call the access managers, they know the local wardens. There's that connection. So when issues arise, we have that responsiveness and we have a commitment to help them to look at ways that we can engage with these landowners and different cooperators to meet their needs. So there's the tangible benefits. You know, that could be the payments, the licenses, but there's also the kind of intangible one of the flexibility we offer of able to use the program that best fits a landowner, the hunter services of, you know, either collecting the coupons or making the reservations so they don't get those 4 a.m. knocks on the door or the phones ringing off the hook of people wanting to come out to hunt. And yeah, I think flexibility is a big one that we've seen too, is when we go in and talk to landowners of like, we present them a couple options and they're like, you know, they're relieved to see that whatever they want to do, we may be able to make it work for them. All right. So, you know, and we're working to create this respect of private property. So, you know, making sure through our conversations with them and like our conversations with the public, creating that respect for private property. So they're allowing hunters onto their land. So really making sure the program works for what they want. So setting up a safety zone if it's around their house, you know, if 1 year they're having too many hunters come out, we can switch them to a different program or a type 2 to reduce those numbers. Using that flexibility so they feel that they can stay engaged and allow public access without, you know, seeing a negative impact to a high degree. And we don't sell the programs, we educate. So if someone comes to us with questions, we're going to sit with them, we're going to talk with them, help them know what their options are. We're not knocking doors, trying to convince people to join. Right. Building landowner relations. And, you know, a lot of that is that one-on-one relationship we develop with these landowners over time, especially in areas where, you know, they've been in the program for years. Everything from just like having coffee to just going to someone's home, sitting with them, reviewing contracts, helping them feel heard, so they understand that we're here to help them and that we understand that they're choosing to be in this program. All right. So understanding timelines, you know, and with their livelihoods on this land, it fluctuates. So this is contracting season. It's busy for us, but it's also busy for everyone out there. So recognizing that we don't always get a response as quickly as from some landowners as others, and working with them and recognizing, you know, knowing even in my short time, I've learned how many of my landowners go south for the winter, and therefore I know when to reach back out to them when they come back to Montana. So recognizing that we're going to work on their timeline, we're going to be present. We're going to work with our access technicians and other FWP staff to make sure their needs are being met, that there is a presence out there so hunters know, we are engaging. And as always, say thank you. As you may be familiar with it, we have created the It's Up to Us, page through the, we have the It's Up to Us program, what is a way of engaging, hunters to respect access, protect the hunt. And part of that program is saying thank you and recognizing gratitude goes a long way. So we have the Thank a Landowner portal on our website where hunters can go on and they can submit a thank you to a BMA owner. We compile that throughout after the hunting season and then send it to the respective landowner. And it's a great way, we get a lot of photos from people, successful, non-successful, and just a way for hunters to really continue to show that appreciation. I went through that kind of quickly. So if there's any questions.
Great job. So yesterday we had a public commenter try to get on and couldn't get on. So I'm going to take a minute to do that. And then we'll get on to the next agenda item. So. You good?
Mr. Farron, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, thank you, Bill. I appreciate the opportunity. So I apologize. I was trying to get on for a number of items yesterday. I really don't want to be too long-winded here, but I have a number of agenda items that I'd like to comment on. I'm wondering if now's a good time, if there's certain ones you want me to hold out on. How do you want me to proceed?
First, you need to identify yourself.
Sorry. My name is Kevin Farron. I'm a resident hunter in Missoula. I'm calling today just representing myself, although I do contract work for the Montana Wildlife Federation.
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Yep.
I guess not knowing your comments, I would just say if you can keep us rolling in the right vein, we definitely want to hear your comments.
Okay.
So I'll let you try to make that judgment.
All right. Well, I'll try to be quick. So these are all things that were discussed yesterday. One of them, the elk hunting access agreements, there was conversation about how do we, fix the issue of hunters being called on and not actually showing up. You can see in the actual feedback from a lot of hunters and a lot of landowners that this program still has work to do. And I would just say, I would encourage this council to look to Stephanie Prater's recommendations from a different group she was part of, the Elk Advisory Group, and specifically her comments about the hunt roster and how to clean that up and make it more effective. I think a lot of those could apply here to the elk hunting access agreements. So not just having it be an opt-in, but transparent on when these hunts will take place, if the opportunities are cow only or either sex, if the property is enrolled in block management, that will give us a much better list of willing and able and accountable hunters who are putting their name on those lists, but also maybe even some buy-in from those folks, whether it's a $5 application fee, just something that sends the message of serious applicants only. So if those people are called on, they actually show up. Moving on to my next comment, I really, really appreciate all of this council's work on the hunter landowner stewardship program, not just this council, but the department as well. I appreciate Everett's frustration that this has taken so long. I've been tuning in and commenting and trying to help influence these conversations for just as long, so I'm right there with you. But I do have some considerations I'd like to offer specifically on it sounds like the decision to include the bonus point as an incentive for this program. First, it's not clear to me what bonus points we're talking about. Are we talking about a deer bonus point, an elk bonus point, both of them? Are we talking about moose, sheep, goat? Are we talking about a bonus point for all of those things? I think that's something we need to definitely wrap our heads around a little bit more. But secondly, to Dale's point, bonus points may simply incentivize the people who can benefit the least from this course while missing the people who really need to take it. And what I mean by that is not all residents play the bonus point game. There's a lot of weekend warriors or, average resident Joe hunters that might just be happy with the over-the-counter opportunities for deer and elk. So a bonus point doesn't mean anything to them, nor will it. But more importantly, many or maybe even most non-resident deer and elk hunters don't play the bonus point game either. So their odds are so low in those permitted districts for non-residents that it might not even be worth it for them to go down that route. They only care about preference points. So again, bonus points as an incentive to take this course may not matter to non-residents at all largely. And they're certainly an important target of this program. So I worry that, as Everett pointed out, without a requirement or an incentive that will matter to all hunters, we'll risk this course being underutilized, especially from the people who could benefit it most. Third, this is something I've talked to Chair Beal about, but bonus points might not always be a thing. There's a growing push, probably because the frustrations around point creep, to phase out bonus points entirely and not allow them to be acquired or purchased anymore. Folks are arguing that we should just burn through the points that we already have established, slowly converting to a random draw like Idaho has. And if bonus points go away legislatively, then what do we do here? So finally, I would say that I appreciate the carrot rather than the stick approach. And I would defend that sort of carrot approach when it comes to hunting public lands. But we're talking about landowner stewardship course, primarily focusing on the ethics and behaviors on private lands. Hunting private lands enrolled in public access is a privilege, not a right. And I believe that making this course a requirement for the privilege of hunting publicly funded and publicly accessible private lands is a reasonable approach to ensure that these programs have a future. We have to take a course before we drive a car. We have to take a course to illustrate we know the difference between a black bear and a grizzly bear before we can hunt black bears. We take a hunter safety course to demonstrate that we know how to be responsible. I don't think that requiring this course is that much to ask for any hunter who wants to participate in publicly administered access programs. So just really want you guys to kind of chew on that as you move forward with this. Just a couple other quick things, Ed, if you'll entertain me. Sorry, Chair Beal. So I just really want to give kudos to the department and this council on the block management aggregate that was discussed yesterday. Those aggregate incentives are really smart, super beneficial to both the landowner and the public, as was explained. Just one more thought I had during that conversation is I would really encourage us to look at giving landowners a one-time bonus for getting their neighbors to join these aggregates. By doing that, we kind of turn them all into salesmen and offer them a commission of sorts. It incentivizes them to do the job of the 7 access coordinators that are tasked with overwhelming, responsibility of covering the whole state. And it just seems like that's one other carrot we could kind of throw in there to maybe get more of those aggregates to happen or expand the ones that are already there. And then finally, I'll just add that in light of the conversation in the PALAs and the new block management kind of program from Representative Sechinger's HB 763 that was discussed yesterday, I just want to say that I've been following these conversations for more than 8 years. I'm super sympathetic to the reasoning behind limiting the PALAs to landowners that hold the public land lease or that there's no lease on. But as I pointed out before, nearly all leases in Montana on both state and federal lands do not include exclusive access rights. Leaseholders don't control access, nor do they pay for that access. Have they benefited from it? Certainly. Have they grown to expect it? Probably. But to exclude these lands from being opened, I think is wrong. And it's actually now creating a scenario where PALAs are becoming or could become obsolete. Specifically, what I mean by that is not necessarily pointing to the newly passed legislation that doesn't have the same sort of firm prohibition on that. But there's now private companies that are out there, kind of like Land Trust is a private company, competing with block management directly. There are now private companies out there competing with PALAs directly, where they are actively seeking and paying landowners to open access for hunters who basically pay a daily rate to walk across that property. There's no prohibition on who controls the lease, because why would there be? And I just think that if PALAs continue to kind of be staunch, proponents to or opponents to the idea of allowing these to be opened, regardless of who holds the lease, or at least maybe even having a conversation about it instead of an outright prohibition. I just feel that PALs are going to be, pushed aside in favor of these other programs that don't have that prohibition, because again, why would they? There's no legal requirement to do that. And I just wanted to throw that out there because I wasn't aware of this till recently, and I just want to make sure that you all are all aware of this kind of competing program for PALs now too, and maybe that will help kind of change the conversation and how we're looking at some of these prohibitions to make sure that the PAL program still has a future, because it's a great program. Anyway, that's all I got, Chair Beal, council members, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Perrin. We definitely made note of your comments. If you want to send those, either Jason or I, that would be great. And thanks for being on yesterday. And obviously you're paying attention to what we're doing, so we appreciate that. What, are you going to stay on today?
I am, yes.
Okay, so we'll have another public comment period at 12:15. So, all right, any questions, or should we hold that? Okay. All right, thank you. I'm sure you can still hear Kevin. I did send those articles out. I'm not sure how many people got a chance to read them, but they did read that information. So I think they might be aware of what you're talking about there. So thank you. All right. So next is back to
Public access land agreement, if that's okay with you.
Yep.
So that would be, I think, at least, programmatically, relatively short and simple. We provided in your original email and then also in your packet, something that looks like this table right here. This table represents a culmination of all the applications we've received this year, as well as some that will automatically renew into the future because they are multi-year agreements. There were 2 brand new PALAs this year. It would be agreement number 4. If you look at the far left column, it's agreement 4. It's a Rogers Lake. Very similar DNRC and accessible public land as the other ones with Flathead Ridge Ranch. And then there was also agreement 13, which is with the getting access to the Judith Wildlife Management Area.
Those were the new ones.
Those are the only 2 new ones from this year. Yeah,
Okay,
number 4, number 13. All of them have been presented to a local PLPW representative. And all of them, the local members have recommended to move forward. So rather than doing as we used to, which is go through this entire list as a full committee and spend 2 days doing that, we've gone to utilizing local expertise and bringing forward, hey, what do you think about this? If there's an issue, bring it before the full committee and we'll discuss it. Everything on this list has been recommended by your local individuals to move forward as presented. So that's the status of them as current. Everything else, like I said, everything on the list, except for those 2, number 4, number 13, are all renewal projects that this council has recommended to move forward before. The only difference may be that some, maybe switching to a multi-year agreement or now requesting reimbursement for improvements. But the valuation, scoring, all of the payment pieces have all maintained the same. So I don't have, like I said, I don't have a feeling on how you want to handle all of it collectively or approve as a package deal, but basically that's what you're looking at. If you have, programmatic concerns as far as how we get there, what we do to score, that kind of stuff, I think that discussion should be part of your work plan, but that'd be just my recommendation. That way we can help kind of keep just this piece of it on the rails, because this piece of it has already been looked at locally, used our existing stuff. We don't have signed agreements yet because we haven't gotten your recommendation or the director's decision, but we're right there at that point now, which is once you guys recommend or make a recommendation, all of these will be presented to the director basically in a similar fashion and have her decision on what she'd like to do with it. So.
So Jason, to meet our responsibility, how about if we go around through each council member and just indicate if they had any issues on the renewals and take care of the renewals?
Yep,
Okay,
that's fine.
so I'm just gonna start left to right. Rich, were you good with? the
I don't, you know, for where I'm from, or what that I would be most familiar, Region 6, and you heard comments before, the, the Brewer, the agreement 18, I'm just curious how it went. You know, I know you remember there was some talk about some access and how a road went down and maybe we shouldn't have been there before. What did you think of that, Katie? Like, how did it go? Was there a lot of good feedback from people out there? What was your thought on it?
Oh yeah, the hunters were really happy. We did work with BLM. They wanted to get actually go through and do a road inventory out there. So they asked us to take all of those roads off their maps.
Okay.
So we did that, and they're doing their inventory, and we'll talk to them again and see what they thought.
My comment in all of it is because I think, because I don't know any of these other areas. I mean, I just want to hear from you guys as to how it went. And I think my overall feeling in any of this is just the feedback. Is it successful? What are you hearing from landowners? That's the only way I can even make any good decision, is hearing what the comments are back. Because I only know the area like I want to know that they're being successful, that the land's being taken care of, that the hunters had a good thing, that the wildlife was a good, I mean, those are the comments that I want to hear. So that's my take. So thanks, Katie. Thanks.
I should have done this by region.
You certainly can. They are in region order. So region 1, the first 1 through 4.
Okay.
Mr. Rugg and Macy next. So,
Okay. So since Ray isn't available, did we have any questions on any of those, Macy?
I do just want to make one clarification. I didn't get updated on here, but they did do all of the Flathead Ridge Ranch FFR properties are for 10 years. And so they're actually
okay.
3,050 total cost. But other than that, they are already in block. There's been historic access to these DNRC parcels prior, so nothing's really changing as far as how it's going to be used on the landscape. They just also qualify for their PALA. And I had a good conversation with Ray. He approved. He looked at the ones from last year. They just added a new one this year. But he was fine. He said he was fine with all that and signed off on them.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Region 2.
they don't have it.
You didn't have any.
Oh, okay.
No palace.
Short, trying to think. Yeah, 'cause like, Cheyenne. You and I and
Paul and Donna.
Paul and Donna, any concerns? I know we had a little emails back and forth, but
I want to apologize for the email that never sent. It sat in my outbox and apparently never sent, so I apologize for that. Throw that out there.
we did get it eventually.
I didn't have any problem.
No, I didn't either.
Which region's that?
Region 3.
There's a couple unique ones in there.
We got some fun ones, but for the most part, everything was a renewal. We had a couple that went from a 1 year to 3 year. And then we had one that went from a 3 year to a 5 year, so.
4.
I thought they were all good. I had one new one, but we can talk about when we talk about the ones that is.
Yeah. Okay. 5.
We don't have any
No.
up for renewal this year.
No renewals.
No renewals. Okay.
If you give Trenton his credit, those were ones that helped out with a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Thanks. Thanks. I'm not completely slacking.
6.
We're trying to I'm told Katie, we need to get our deal up so we get most of the money for our guys, you know, because we got a lot of them. And it's because a lot of those guys participated in block management and allowed it for nothing. But my grazing association had that great big elk herd that was out there, and for 40 years they were allowing hunting to go through there. This was a way to compensate. The grazing fees on the National Wildlife Federation went to $40 an AUM or something. And this is a way to pay for some of that stuff that good neighbors, you know, it isn't, nobody's getting, They're not having a cruise and doing any of that stuff. The money's staying there. I agreed with it. I don't think we need to go through them if our wildlife specialist, our access specialists have approved them. It's a blank stamp deal as far as I'm concerned.
Except we have to recommend approval. Thank you. 7.
I reviewed them and I had no issue with them. I think every one of them has, for the most part, has been in for several years, and I think they're all solid projects.
All right, so on renewals, everybody give me a thumbs up on the renewals. Good? Okay, thank you. Should we go through the 2 new?
If you'd like to, we can.
I think Stephanie may want to. You wanted to talk about one of them?
No, it was a great one. I think you guys did a really good job with facilitating that one. It is a landowner that is close to Utica, Sapphire Village. It will allow foot, horseback, and e-bike, I think, travel into the WMA. Judith WMA, which is a really great spot. It's really well loved by locals and non-locals alike. It's got a lot of elk in there. So it's a great one. So you guys did great. I think he's enrolled in block management as well.
He
But
is.
this allows access.
Yep. So
Better
this would
access.
expand the access. Block management only allows access September 1 to end of the WMA. This expands it from the opener of the WMA today to end of the WMA.
It's a good example of, some of that stacking that you had asked about earlier, Craig, of why I remember when I first came into this too, and a lot of it looked redundant. It's a good example of how it builds and adds.
I put the map up on the screen if you guys have any.
If you want to zoom in a little bit.
Yeah, I can try right now. So I'll have to open it up.
It's at the bottom, Jason.
Oh, there we go.
So you'll see on the map there, the shaded area labeled Region 4 BMA. Right there, there's an access road going through there, and there's a parking area. So you also see, if you can see that, that's a pivot, and the road goes through part of the pivot. So the reason why it's non-motorized, except for e-bikes, non-motorized through that road from May 15th to September 1 is because he's watering. He doesn't want ruts in that road, but you still can park at that parking area, take your e-bike, take your horses, hike in, and get to the WMA. And then again, September 1, it is now motorized, and you can go all the way through the private land, sign in if you want to hunt the block management, or just drive through and then get to those other roads within the WMA that gets you to campgrounds and a couple parking areas.
So basically, without that access, there would be no access to that point, WMA. Right?
Yep.
Correct.
Evan, and this is maybe a little off, was there any legislative stuff on e-bikes that went through legislature this year? Because aren't there 3 classes of e-bikes or something like that? And that's all part of this. There's only a certain level of e-bike that can go in.
Yeah, and I haven't updated the map. We actually talked about this. There's e-bikes that are essentially a dirt bike.
Right, I know.
And then there's e-bikes that are pedal assist.
Okay.
And so it's not going to be the dirt bike version. It's going to be the pedal assist.
Gotcha.
And then the WMA has its own rules with e-bikes. You can't use the pedal assist feature if you're off-road. And so all those WMA rules.
Who's managing that?
Who's enforcing
I
it?
saw you not pedal on that hillside. I you pedaling.
Pedaling fast is not good.
Okay, no, I'm just.
Yeah, I know. E-bikes and the classes are a new thing.
Okay,
And,
really quick on the e-bike, just I think about that just from a weed standpoint, and I mean, weeds is something that is as vehicle, how, is there any, how are we addressing that with even hunter education and all that? Cause I mean, I don't know, it's a concern. I don't know if there's anything we can do about it, but I'm just asking, like, is that any top, maybe not even for this group, I guess. I don't know.
Not for this particular.
Okay.
discussion.
Okay.
Conversations in Region 4, and I'm just asking, because I don't know a lot about that area, but when I see this kind of thing, I think, first of all, it's great. Looks like you're gonna increase access into that area that was previously not as accessible. But then I also go, what's that gonna do to local elk populations and how are they gonna respond to that increased access, especially on a piece of public ground? And how that might impact their movement onto surrounding private ground that's less accessible, and we're back into that distribution issue that we've been fighting forever. Well, not ever, but the last couple of decades, so. What kind of conversations were held with that? That kind of thing?
I would love to feel that. I actually
Yeah.
am very familiar with this piece of property and the WMA. So the landowner was already allowing driving because he has a block management. And a lot of locals, after that September 1st date, when the season opens, they just drive in, sign in the box, go check, scout for elk and drive out is the majority of the use of the road. So it's already being used. This just opens up foot, bike and horse travel when that WMA actually opens on May 15th, because before that was not allowed. So this just kind of allows a extra few months when that WMA opens to access that end of the WMA. And he was already granting some of it by permission only, but this is a better option. Now he doesn't have to build it, and deal with it.
Did you want to comment to that?
We continually have talks about elk on WMAs and why WMAs are around. So it's a discussion that we always have when we're allowing access to different places. And we specifically had a discussion about this and what's existing, which is that still people are driving through the WMA. And that isn't going to change for now. And so it's again, just allowing people to utilize what is open because I don't know if it really showed well, there's actually a Yogo Creek Road. It's a county road that goes straight through the WMA.
Yep.
And so a combination of that county road and now hiking in, there's a block management area on the north side that doesn't open until 2 days after the opener. So there's many different ways to get into the WMA, but majority of it is walk in.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have a question on e-bikes. Which one of you gentlemen is an expert on e-bikes? Why is there a restriction with the pedal ones? And are the ones like dirt bikes, or are they as obnoxious as a dirt bike?
They're just quiet.
They're quiet.
Yeah.
So
It's a full dirt bike.
This guy got a center pivot over there. Well, that's where all the elk out of the WMA are gonna go. They'll go into that center pivot anyway, so he wants people driving through there to chase him back in the WMA, I would say.
I think that's part of why he allows the road access through
Motorized
the
access.
season. Like you can drive your vehicle, like your
Oh.
pickup there after September 1st, you could drive your pickup up into there if you want. It's just, this opens the access from through September 1st.
Thank you.
Does anybody want to look at more on that? Any of the scoring or anything, or do we want to approve it?
Prove it. Prove it.
Okay, so let's thumbs up if you're good. All right. We're good there. Great.
Craig didn't vote.
Yeah.
No, I didn't approve that one.
He's just, he's nonchalant.
Shaking my head, yes. Is there a chance to ask a question on Region 2?
Sure.
How can we help? Like, help me understand, or us understand what By the boy.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. To be completely honest, one of it has to do with the timeline of when I transitioned to Region 2 as well. So I just moved there in August of this last year, so it's really, as a new access manager, even when I moved to Region 5, the first priority for myself is to establish relationships with existing cooperators, especially as the new guy coming into a new region. PAL is also an interesting one too, where historically Region 2 was a little bit more difficult to implement PALs, especially when we had the 2-mile restriction. It used to be, you had to be, the corridor project or the PAL had to be 2 miles away from an existing access point to the public land. Now that's decreased to 1 or department recommended or whatnot, if it's, say a super steep incline for between 2. So there's opportunity for expansion in Region 2, but in my timeline of how I build relationships with landowners, it really has been main focused on who we currently have. And if the opportunities arose for PALA, we would absolutely chase it. It's just, we haven't had a whole lot of interest for some reason. Yeah.
Jason, didn't you say that before you had a lot more time and effort, be able to put more effort into getting these PALAs? That time?
I don't know about.
Hindrance to you or?
Well, I mean, as far as just a order of magnitude or priorities, right? We just prioritize what we can when we can. As far as our direct mail effort, so the last couple of years, we have not done a direct mail campaign where we do a geospatial analysis to identify eligible public land parcels and then pair that with who actually has the lease on those parcels to do a direct mail campaign. So we're making sure we hit that qualifying landowner with the exact messaging that they need to see. It might not be the right messaging, I don't know, but that's been our purpose. We did that, I believe in 2020, which was kind of the second year of the program. And then I think again in 23, we just didn't do it in 24 or 25. And as you probably have seen this morning, I think a large part of that is just trying to manage the workload a little bit. So if we were to do that mass marketing campaign, we probably don't have capacity at this point to be able to handle a large number of additional pallets. We pair that with elk hunting access agreements and then also block management agreements. And so there's just a variety of different things where it's we take those PLFAs, as we discussed yesterday, private land fishing. Another example of we take them with willing landowners, we try to figure it out. But just capacity wise, it's difficult to manage everything. So.
And I think if you look back a year back, we were also bumping up against that appropriation limit.
We were, yep.
And therefore the House Bill 2 asked for an increased appropriation for this program. It had to come because of the 3, 5, 10s that were out there on those contracts. So.
Yep. That's certainly a big component of it, was making sure we had the funding to pay the agreements we already had. And we did do a new actual ask for additional funding this session, which I believe is passed. So.
Stephanie?
Thanks, Chair. Out of curiosity, do you guys have a lot of response from like your marketing campaigns or anything like that? It feels like this is more of these programs are more like you need to have boots on the ground and one-on-one. Like, do you have anybody that says, oh, hey, I saw your Facebook ad?
I guess I'd defer to the regional experts on some of that, but I think that the direct mail piece was our most effective. It wasn't TV, it wasn't radio, it wasn't social, it wasn't newspaper. It was actually identifying who is eligible and hitting those folks directly with it. And then they might, again, to Trent's point, building that relationship. It's like, oh, hey, what is this? Tell me more about this. And sometimes we'd have that conversation about, ins and outs of the program. And then they thought this isn't for me, or the valuation isn't high enough for me to consider this or whatever. But that's my perspective on a marketing standpoint. That was our most effective reach.
That would make sense.
But you guys have good thoughts. And then also, like I said, the existing relationships with block cooperators, right? That's a big piece of it too.
The biggest one for us.
Donna?
Just kind of a side note, but like the Farm Bureau, when they have their meetings, do you guys go to those meetings as well, or do you have a representation at those meetings?
The last couple of years, we've had FWP representation as far as a booth at stock growers, wool growers, Farm Bureau, and maybe even grain growers, actually. We've been trying to do more with that proactive integration. I know, I can't speak to Farm Bureau, but I know I'm on the stock growers list and they helped us advertise during the application period, each week. These programs, applications were open. It was a part of their weekly email to help encourage that.
That's kind of hitting it right on the target there, so that's great. Yeah.
Okay, let's move to the next new ballot.
So that's in region 1. I'll wait for Jason to pull it up. This is Flathead Ridge Ranch Rogers Lake. It's number 4 on your spreadsheet there.
Again, all the Flathead Ridge Ranch ones, 1 through 4, I had wrong. They'll all be 10 years. They're asking for all 10-year agreements. So we'll adjust the total cost of those a little bit because we do provide a 10-year like longevity bonus or incentive for those that are in the program for multi-years, primarily because it's an administrative burden for us to have to deal with it and the landowner have to deal with it every year.
Yes, I was excited to see they did agree to do 10 years for all their contracts. So the map here, the yellow is all of their land. That's all in block management as well. The new one this year is that bottom right with the parking area and the 2 roads that go to it. And then there's also the little inset map. So they own the roads that they're providing drive-in access to, where the parking area is on their land. And then you can walk in. It's a little bit less than a mile to walk in to get to that DNRC, but you can also drive that north road. That north road they do close some of their roads early spring, late winter, just for the breakup and to try to keep some of their roads intact and not get too much damage with the melting snow and yeah, just people driving on wet roads. That's the gist of it. That's really it. And then yeah, but that's all 4 of those are on that map there.
And all 4 do not have a lease, correct?
Nope, there's no lease on all.
So that's what helps them qualify, is that there is no leaseholder requirement for these 4 parcels because there is no lease.
Yep, and this is historically, even before Flathead Ridge Ranch, it was Weyerhaeuser, Plum Creek. They've all historically had access to it, so we don't see an increase or anything. It'll just maintain the status quo. Normal.
Any questions? Okay. Seeing none, let's have a thumbs up or down. Any? Okay.
And that would be the wrap on the palace, Mr. Chair.
Very good. All right, so let's take a quick break. We're behind here about almost half an hour, so let's be quick. And come back in 8 minutes if we can do that.
Yeah.
That was better, right?
I can't tell you. Yeah, it was a tough deal, but it was. Yeah, understood. More than sisters.
No, I think.
It was a.
The landowner owns the airspace above, and that is applicable essentially. We would have
Yeah. It was. It was.
That was good.
Although, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool country, but it's crazy. No, it's not like some of the little town ranches where they're just lush green, grass everywhere. Right. Oh, yeah.
Jason, 100 grand for that perpetual easement. 22,000 acres back.
Oh, God, that's ouchy.
Yeah, it was, especially after we paid for title work. and
Well, the
survey
whistle
work.
worked pretty good.
That worked pretty good, right to the end. Right.
Okay, so getting into our prep and last week, and let's get into the expectations, what we need, we see we need from the department. So those emails that went out last week, realized that was pretty short, looking at our charge. Historically from 93 to now, knowing that 2023 is our real directive, but keeping 1993 in mind a little bit. Who would like to start with what they see as their need and expectation for the productivity of this council in your part? Who would like to start? How about Drew? Are you ready? Are you going to move?
Am I ready?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Yep.
So I think there's several issues that we've talked about, not just yesterday and today, but for the last couple of years, that they just continue to surface. And we've hit them, but they haven't gone away. I don't know that they've been resolved or they'll ever be completely resolved. And then there's new ones coming up. You know, for example, the discussion here about, you know, the hunters being selected for EHAs and then not showing up. I think there's a role we could play, but I think we also need some real feedback from the department in terms of what their capacity is. When I hear there's a hunt roster that's got multiple names on it, but then when they start peeling back the layers, they find out that several of those people that have signed up don't hold that permit. Yeah, we can make some recommendations, but we need some help from the department in terms of how do we make this happen? What can the department do to help us get there? And along that same line, you know, the streamlining of programs, I still think we could be an asset to the department by providing some recommendations in terms of how we streamline these programs. And frankly, I think there's some programs that probably could go away. When I hear we have 13 access programs, and I think that one of the presenters today said there's 4 cooperators in it. Know how? Obviously, it's a valid program for the people that are in it, but I think of how many documents are produced and shared either through Fish, Wildlife and Parks at different meetings, and they've been in place for numerous years, and we have four participants. Maybe a real review of the programs and a critical review and saying, gosh, you know, yeah, we need to stack these and we need to have them out there to present, but gosh, are there some that we need to go to the legislature and some of these need to be sunsetted? And I think our group could provide some input to the department on that. The other one that we talked about yesterday that I think has tremendous potential is the public lands fishing agreements. I look at eastern Montana with their stock ponds. And then, and I look at western Montana with the trout streams and the differences in those two examples. And I kind of mentioned it yesterday. If we want a fishing agreement in eastern Montana and we're going to a stock pond, having foot access across private land for a half a mile just may not be a benefit. Where a blue ribbon trout stream where they can park at a place and you walk down the river however far may be real adequate. But it just seems to me we have a role we could play. Obviously, there needs to be a lot of funding in it or more funding in it to make it happen. But I just think that obviously it's unutilized because there's not money in it. But I also think that if there were funding in it, we could see that program explode. Well, that's a start.
Okay, so I guess those to me are priorities that we want to work on in the future. So what I'm trying to get at is what we've been through and where we are today, what we might expect of the department to make these things happen. What's key in the relationship that we expect? So as an example, we know we need data, and I think we've had a lot of data. We need data and we need data in a timely manner. And that's one of the specific directives in the code for the department to help supply us with that data. But are there, if we just go back to the last biennial recommendations and how that process worked and what we saw as frustration, how can we clarify what we need from the department so we can be successful? We can either know we're not going there or we're going to go somewhere else with it. Does that make sense? Would somebody like to tackle that as far as their thought on what you need, Rich?
Just to answer your question, I think Quentin maybe can answer. I mean, here we have a new director of FWP, and 3 in the last 4.
How long is this one gonna last?
But Quentin, I mean, I guess, I think if we're answering the question of what we need transparency. Like we need to know the directives of the department and the direction. And if we have to have that, whether it's Christy coming in every time we meet and hearing some of the things, or it's us providing our agenda to her. I know she's busy, but maybe it's you, I don't know, saying here are the topics we're talking at the next PALA. Are we off base on this? That's what I feel. And then it sounds, you already gave us dates as to when these kind of timelines are coming. That's gonna be a huge help to us, knowing us to set up deadlines for when we need stuff done. But I do think that at some point in that too, as we get closer to that, I guess what I would expect from the department is someone from the upper, not the regional people and all those, but I guess the main leadership at FWP coming in saying, this is what we're seeing, this is what we're hearing from there, this is where we're getting pushed from our constituents. That's what I would say.
That's exactly what I was looking at. So transparency, directives, continuity, right? Those are clearly overarching needs that we have to be effective. And I think, where do we go? So clearly, and we talked about this, the director and some of us, about the chain of communication, but I think we need to understand that what the communication chain is starts here and goes through. Is that correct? Is that the right process? So then we can know where we're going, because I believe there's been a break in the fiber optic, and the communication wasn't cohesive. So
Mr. Chairman, can I add, just because I think it's something that came up yesterday, like the youth program things and things like that, really cool things, but I would like when this is all, and I probably will be, but just more of a clear understanding that will happen, that once we come out of with these 6 or 8 things that we all talked about, that they go to the department head and say, hey, these are what we all talked about, are we there's no money for youth anything. I want to hear that back saying, okay, well, I guess we scratched that one off the list, type of thing.
well, I'd just like to clarify that. We don't have to scratch it off the list. It may be a different venue. You know, our charge is to work for the governor, we're all appointed by the governor, correct? Through the department and the director. And secondarily, or simultaneously, through the legislature. And again, I expressed that yesterday as I'll take it on as a failure of my part, not to recognize that that didn't happen last time in a timely manner. And I think we're on the same page now. I believe that with the department, so we can go forward. Okay, so number 1 is transparency in directives. Next.
I have thoughts on this. And I want to caveat it by saying, like, that, yeah, I'm actually really encouraged by current leadership of the department. So this is a little bit of reactionary to where we've been over the past couple of years. But I think it'd be worthwhile to re-examine a dedicated legislative liaison that we used to have on the PLPW, and whether or not that is something that we can bring back to the committee, not to circumvent work with the department, but certainly to carry as a constituency that makes up the 3 stakeholders of outdoor recreation. What we talk about and what we put our time into is not insignificant. So I think re-examining that is well worth some time invested. I would like to see our requests and recommendations made a priority within the department's workflow, agenda, and scheduling. I think that's transparency, I think that's communication, and I think that's response to the things that we want. And I don't want to have to put clocks on things back to the department, but I feel like a reasonableness on these requests is warranted. And when it doesn't happen, it doesn't help the partnership that we have between the committee and the department. So I would like to see, our requests, recommendations made a priority when it comes to workflow, agenda, and scheduling. I would like to see us, as the PLPW, used more frequently on issues that have public interest components for the department to gauge our interest or our responses. I know when Director Warsek was here, I frequently would discuss what about this, or what, just thoughts on this is happening. And so I would like to see that restored again. I feel like Quentin, what you said yesterday, that's the new director's desire. And so I'm really encouraged by that. But I think that it's well worth saying that we need to be utilized in that way. And then again, one more recommendation, I think, is that we need to meet as frequently as issues warrant. And my suggestion is in person every other month, and then that off month having a Zoom. I feel like we get on conversations and we have great discussion, and then it's 4 o'clock and we've got to go. There's a lot that we can work through, but our rotations like quarterly now. And when I first came on, we were more than that. So I don't know what we do with that as a committee, but we have a lot of huge issues. And maybe all of us didn't sign up for more than 4 meetings a year. I understand that. But if the department has 6 priorities and we've got 6, trying to whittle that down, and number 12 is not unworthy of our time. It's just number 12. Maybe some more time from us invested on that is worth it. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Ready next. else?
In talking to Jason a little bit, it looks like maybe the resources of the access program or the personnel is somewhat stretched. I guess you would say, and maybe funding. I don't know if those two are, maybe there's plenty of funding, but not enough staff. I do see that we need to know that and see what we can do to help, if it's additional funding or if it's something else. And I think the other thing is looking at it, these access programs, I mean, we just added another one, and it just makes more of a work through the legislature. I wish we would have been, I know Ed testified, he was gone for the House hearing, but if we would have known, we could have maybe helped them work on that bill a little bit too, but that was something we kind of caught us off guard. But I do think that we need to know what the capabilities and resources are of your staff, Jason. And see how we can help with that, and it'll probably set limits to what we can put on you to do, But I think a lot of these things could be cleared up or maybe combined, and that would take legislation to do it, but it would sure help your job, I think, too.
Okay. We'll go around, Donna.
Yeah, I guess I could go. I know we're an advisory council and we're here as a bridge between Fish, Wildlife and Parks, landowners, outfitters and hunters. And we are to work on access and wildlife issues and conflicts. And as we sit in this room, we always have to keep why we were appointed in the back of our minds. And sometimes as we visit, we get these grandiose ideas, which are fabulous, but they're not feasible. And if it's not feasible, I would like the staff to come forward and say, don't waste your time anymore. You can say a little nicer than that, but yeah, keep us updated. And if you know that something is feasible, like, can we give a map? Can we make communications easier between landowners and hunters and sportsmen? I mean, those are the things that we need to know from you, because we want to build a partnership. But when last couple of years, we worked so hard on a program that just kind of fell through the cracks. We want to get work done. We're not here to just sit in chairs. We want to get work done. And that we need to have an open dialogue to do.
Drew, you got some?
I will, sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jack. Again, not to reiterate a bunch of points, but I thought a lot the last 24 hours, and I've tried to really look at this looking back at myself and maybe us as a group, and turning some of that responsibility to us. And I don't think we did a good job of prioritizing things that we need to take a hard stance on and really put our foot down, again, with the cooperation from the department, but really putting our foot down and putting forth good recommendations for the next session. And I would like to see us do a much better job this round. And again, speaking for myself personally, I need to do a better job of helping put forth those good ideas and the backing of us to help push forward these things. Because again, as we look at the recreation needs of the world, again, I said it last night in conversation, where we're starving for experience, or we're starved for experience. The need is never going to go away. Our job will never be done. And so if we don't continue to move forward and put forth good recommendations, we'll be circumvented by private industry. And I don't think we want that. As the greater good would be better off with recommendations that we could do with the department.
Thanks for that.
I would agree
Ms.
with,
Prater.
I would agree with everything that's been said so far. I think the PFLAs are low hanging fruit. I think that's something we could add to our plate pretty easily and get some of those going, as long as you guys obviously have the time, which I'm assuming you probably don't have as much. In that same vein, that idea that Kevin presented, possibly passing legislation that has kind of a commission incentive for landowners to help other landowners join aggregates would be pretty helpful, I think, to you guys. They, you know, essentially doing some of that work for you guys. I think, I know it's really hard and we'll circle the bowl on this 200 times, but I circle back to the 100-day argument. Just, is that the best way to pay these landowners? Is paying $17 per 100-day and crowding these places the best way to pay these landowners, when some of them offer something different and better, a better experience? So I don't, again, that's the quality argument. What is quality and how do you define it? But that's something that I think this committee should not turn an eye to on exploring.
Mr. Cornwell, so communication.
I'm a blurter. I was frustrated with the way this thing worked. We did 4 years work and a lot of these people put a lot of time into that thing that got shot down in the legislature because the department wasn't in favor of it. And so I think the communication needs to be done, and block management started to compensate the people that were already doing the right thing. And now it's more fast all that. How old is it? 40 years? And so people were doing that just because they could get a little something for picking up the Pomida bags and allowing the neighbors to go hunt. And now we've got all these other options, and we've got outfitters. You know, the hell, there wasn't any outfitters in eastern Montana when I was a kid till the damn elk showed up. And, you know, and so now everybody's cloistering the elk and wanting to get paid for it and all that stuff. And hell, it's frustrating for me to go through all this stuff like you guys did for 4 years, and you couldn't get it through the legislature because their own department headed the damn thing off. So, enough said.
Mr. Jordan, the new view.
New view. Really appreciated all the access coordinators being here, as you know, listen to that. I agree with everything that's been said, and I would maybe even emphasize the idea of looking at strategies, looking at incentives for block management areas that bring more of a strategic approach to a local issue. Instead of just blatant access, you know, unregulated access in a way, but just really trying to use access to kind of bring a solution to some of these things, or balance access, actually. And I think one of the things I guess I'm wondering about too is we're governor's council, we're here to advise. What happens if our advice, which we feel strongly about, as Drew mentioned, isn't maybe line of step with the agency? Honestly, if we're representing the people who are bringing this forward, how do we become more effective with the legislative process to get that done? And I know I'm not going to be misinterpreted. I'm not saying fight the agency. I'm just saying, how do we look at being more effective with what we're being asked to do?
Paul, did you have an additional?
No, I already said what I thought, kind of agreed with Dale on some of that stuff.
Okay.
I just think we need to have more, you know, we need to know what they want, the department wants us to do, what direction they'd like to see us go and be transparent on. I mean, we're talking about the hunter stewardship program, and I know it wasn't, you know, it wasn't ready, so we spent a lot of time on that, which I wish we hadn't done, you know. So I think we just need more direction and more communication between the department and us.
Okay. So I'm gonna go through mine. Some I will not repeat because they're already captured here, but just to clarify it, I think in those matters, clarity of support. You know, is this something the department wants, can get behind and will support or not? I think that needs to be a clear understanding with us to know, you know, if we've fleshed out all this stuff over time, and we're not in the same vein or same page as the department, and yet we still need to go forward with it, which means to the legislature, it is our charge and responsibility to do both. Now, this was created through a joint effort between the governor and the legislature when it was created. We clearly are charged to do that. And so I think if we see something that isn't going to go forward, then we need to be prepared to bring that forward. And I think in the past, I think the things that enabled that to happen was having potentially having legislative liaisons as part of this council at that point in time. It bridged that gap naturally. And we had a commissioner on at one time. You know, these are people that connect to the other processes for setting policy rules and implementing the legislation that exists. So I think we've got a gap in that has appeared through the last few years. So those things are clear. Rich said it well: transparency, clarify the directives, understand the timelines. Those can help us to be productive. And then we go through this priority process, which will be next, outline those, prioritize them 1 through 12 or whatever the number is. And we, in that process, we'll know where we've got to go. You know, and for us, it's, does it carry through the department, get full support of the department? Or at a point, does that go through the legislative process, or is it not a priority? You know, whether it's education or whatever it is, you know, as we've brought those, they've all been through the discussions with landowners, sportsmen, access managers. All these needs have arisen through that process. And I think we fail if we don't get those moved forward in a good manner. The last thing I think that would be really helpful, I think to us as a council, is being clear on what the challenges are for the department and the access programs from the point of view of the department and the access managers. You know, what are the 2-year challenges? What are the long-term challenges? You know, we've talked about, as Mr. Farron did, and we're mostly aware of the competition between a program and how those need to be addressed in the future. So if we can be clear, you know, what's immediate, what's down the road, whatever term length it is, that's how we, I think, need to go forward with these. I don't think 8 years ago we recognized the challenge we have with standard hunter education that we have right now today, due to the status of how hunter education happens. Don has brought it up. We've all been aware of it. And this whole process, or the whole access program relationship with the landowner, involves hunter education on up. And we've often talked from hunter education to the master hunter program. And we've been very familiar with that wide gap. And how do we, if we can't do it the way we think, how do we, you know, get it to go forward in a productive way to answer these questions? So I don't know if that's lined out well enough. If Mr. Pujala would like to address that in terms of those specific expectations.
Yeah.
Does that seem appropriate at the moment?
Yeah, Chair, if you're tolerant, I would like to offer some thoughts in response. Thank you. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate the candor in the moment. And I appreciate the opportunity at the podium, Chair. Across the board, for the most part, when I say across the board, across the breadth of the comments in response to the chair's question, I think there's a lot of overlap, a lot of common approach, a lot of common vision. I think the best tool to keep that common vision visible and in place and worked on and productive, and timely and effective fashion is a more thick and consistent layer of communication. You heard me talk about yesterday, and I would challenge anybody who disagrees, because I think it's a confirmed fact that the input you've received from program staff, regional staff, field staff, people on the ground has been up to the task. I think it's fair to say that other elements, other perspectives, other scales within the department haven't been most recently as thickly involved. That's what I understand the director to address. And for me, that's that sort of additional layer in all of the conversations, so that we can have conversations, we can have common understanding throughout the meetings. And I don't challenge the idea of meeting more frequently, you know, assessing what the assigned task is to the PLPW, and being really deliberate about how much time would it take. I appreciate comments like that. The reason I say that as the best way to get to the ends I hear you talking about is it's going to allow exchange on, I'll use an example, potentially pulling back a legislative program. Let me be careful with vocabulary. Potentially pulling back a legislative authorization, unlocking public lands, for example. That would be a good time somewhere early in that conversation. We'd want to have a discussion about questions we're going to anticipate. How is that task available for us? Is that endpoint available? And making sure we have time to talk about the first question we might expect from the legislative body. And it's a question that we routinely get, and that is, well, Jason or Director Clark, through your staff, convince us that you've done all you can to say the program's only going to arrive at this level of effectiveness. I bring up that example just to illustrate the kind of detailed conversation I think we need. And that doesn't take the idea off the table. That just prompts the next question. Oh, what's the answer to that, department? If the answer is yes, proceed in the conversation. If the answer is no, then suddenly there needs to be, I would suggest, a conversation about, okay, do we have to revisit this program for the next field season or two before we tackle it that way in front of the legislature? Those are just example points to make sure that we have a conversation venue that has time to hear those deliberations, so that you don't come to put a lot of work into a legislative package and the very first question is the one we fail when we're at the podium. And again, coming back to just putting a thick layer of consistent conversation, so that from boots on the ground, and coffee in the kitchen, to what the director's thinking, paramount. And I think the answer for I think the way to a lot of the endpoints that you're talking about. I also think, I think, you know, I'm going to run through a real quick list. The reference to a legislative liaison. Chair, your comments about what happens, and I think Craig talked about it too, what happens if a recommendation from an advisory group says, no, we're not going to chase the answer from the department, and we're not going to chase that. That's a really good exercise to run through. And I think if I hear it in plain language, we should probably have that conversation sooner rather than later. Because I think if we don't address the plain language that I've heard today, stakeholder and the question, what do we do if we get a no? If we don't pick that up and resolve, I think there's a gap between us right there. So that's fine. This is about partnership. Let's address that gap. Let's make sure everybody has an understanding what happens in that circumstance. And we can set that up. I'm not suggesting we bridge that gap today, but let's make a commitment to bridge it sooner rather than later. Fair enough? And that from that flows, the department, I would ask a legislative liaison, the department's definition of legislative liaison today is the doer. When you get to the legislative session, that's where the legislative liaison comes to most acutely. This is a conversation about what do we want the legislature to do? Not about how to get there through the legislature. So here today, if I had to say the department's response to that request, I'd say that's a misfit. Unless bridging that gap somehow leads us to a place where you, PLPW, is a legislative engagement party. And like I say, I think that's a sticking point. I don't think we have common agreement on that point. So everything else I want to run through real quick, making sure we have a conversation about fiscal capacity. And that conversation includes, as we talk about an agenda that's this wide, and there are fiscal capacity pieces for all of your topics, should PLPW spend part of this agenda with on fiscal, let's just talk a department capacity? Or is it enough of an expectation and a capable expectation to look to the department to say, keep up with our subject matter conversation and help us understand what capacity you do or don't have? So that's not keeping PLPW out of that capacity conversation. That's rather subcontracting it to the department to make an assessment based on what your subject matter conversation is and coming back to you and saying, hey, we haven't got capacity or we do. And maybe that's what the members talk about when you talk about diving into capacity. But I think that's a piece in the partnership the department could carry and report back to. And the question being, here's what we want to do. Enough said, you tell us if you can do it. And if you can't, that's going to lead to a next conversation about how do we get there. If there's also a prioritization to do that effort. I'm going to look to you, Chair, if I'm not making any sense. Timing, I want to come back to timing. There's ARM, there's legislative process, the kind of process that we talked about yesterday, when the legislature literally convenes, comes together and concludes. There's legislative questions, I just talked about that. There's funding. And making sure in a thick relationship, we all talk about those things, because you may talk about a topic. I forget what it was, Chair, but you captured it in some of your comments in response to one of the other members. You may talk about a topic, and the answer to the funding question is it's not there. That doesn't necessarily take it off the table, to your point, but it's something everybody needs to be aware of, and let's be aware of that as soon as possible. Comes the question, okay, because we have 4 other topics that are there to address, do we set it aside and look generally for the funding to come in place next time? And when we have the funding, we put more definition to it? Or do you continue on that topic and leave those other 4 topics in the wings? Those kinds of conversations. What has been? I think you'll see the department, and those are great conversations to have. And we would just ask that there's a deep dive in why, if what has been hasn't come to be, if what has been on this agenda hasn't come to be, being really deliberate about before you dedicate time, all of us, why is that? Is that because we missed a piece? A partnership didn't show up? Or is that because that topic just isn't ready to move? And being really deliberate and pragmatic about that answer. So that we're moving on things, and I don't hear anything different from PL. What I hear from PLPW is relevant topics that can be acted upon. And so being deliberate about that last piece, whether it's ginormous and it takes more than a biennium to get to the answer, or it's ginormous and it's not clear how you chew that elephant. Being pragmatic about that and giving yourself some credit. Some of the topics, I'm going to pick up the quality BMA. That's been a long-standing topic. I don't dismiss the question, but I think it is fair to point out that it's had a lot of digestion, and either in an absolute sense or relative to all the other things that are begging for attention, you let it simmer a little bit yet, or percolate a little bit, or ruminate a little bit yet. I don't know the answer to that question. And then I think it's good to run through the exercise. What if we get to somewhere closer to that September EQC meeting we all talked about, and we're not common? Right now, the answer is a process answer, that we're thick up to that point. And if we see that point, we work hard to stay away from that point. Best. So just do what we can to avoid that end point, I think, is the first best answer. I still think it's good to run through the exercise, even if we do all we can, and we get to that September EQC meeting and we're not common, and this body wants to run with it, let's run through that exercise, have that conversation. A fundamental, I think, somewhere there was a comment made that made me think about, and I think this is a human thing, certainly the department does it, where you talk about a fix. And there's a more fundamental layer that you could really answer that would
either tell you, yeah, green light, go ahead as hard as you can on those details, or maybe red light, let's not spend the time on the details because fundamentally, so for example, I'll use again the multiple authorization opportunities in statute. One side of that, one of the proponent points for that is that diversity deliberately or by happenstance fits the diversity of circumstance on the landscape. And one of those statutes that lies dormant in the toolbox until an access conversation finds a need for it, it's not costing anything sitting in the bottom of the toolbox. Not how you look at it. And yet the value is catching as many of the diverse circumstances on the land as you can. Or do you look at it and say, no, because somewhere there's an expenditure of time. We think by that, it's not fair to see it just lying in the bottom of the toolbox waiting for it to be pulled out. And so let's trim that, recognizing that you may be trimming 4 opportunities on that diverse landscape. Have that, we would suggest having that conversation first, that scale of conversation first. If the answer is no, let's have all the tools in the toolbox that the toolbox can hold, you may be done with that topic, both in an absolute sense and relative to the other 4 that didn't get, or somewhere behind there in the sequence. So those are some first thoughts. I'll just summarize real quick and then I'll get out of the way, Chair. I think there's a whole bunch of agreement that I think is addressed and is the intent of the director to meet and to achieve with another layer of consistent presence in your conversations, literally. The one sticking point that I would have, everything else is a suggestion, but I'm not worried about the sticking point, but let's tackle that sticking point that I identified ASAP and get some common understanding. And the sticking point again is an advisory group that has some comments about running a bill or proposing a bill or supporting a bill as an advisory group that the department, parentheses, and probably also the governor, if the department's saying no to it, as an executive agency says no to.
I have one comment to that. So if we don't know, we can't know.
If we don't know
that the department isn't going to support it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I think the best layer of defense against that circumstance, Ed,
you're calling it thick communication.
Right, is that when we're 4 meetings away, just to paint the example, when we're 4 meetings away from having that hard conversation and recognizing that we might come down on different paces, we start talking about it so that ideally we steer the road so that we find something we can all live with. I don't know what other answer there is.
I think, speaking for the group, I think we understand that, as long as that's what's going.
Sure, that's fair. That's fair. That expectation by the council members is abundantly clear. The good news for me at the podium is I understand that to be the director's intent as well.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And clearly, we haven't had this much question as to that historically. So that can be resolved in this whole next year readily with that understanding.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And again, just like what else is just like AIS, prevention here is better than dealing with the circumstance when it shows up. So let's do what we can as partners to build productive steps forward, whether they're simply modification, I shouldn't say simply because they aren't simple, whether they're fundamentally modifications to existing process, or they require a statutory conversation with the legislature. Let's work toward as much commonality on those kinds of ideas as we can. And for me, one of the definitions of success is we never have a conversation about yes and a no. What do the 2 partners do with those different answers? Now, what you're not hearing me say, Ed, is you're not hearing me say that so for me, it's worth thinking about. So PLPW's report, statutory report required to the governor and the legislature, you referenced. You're not talking, I'm not talking about not doing that. That has to be done. Right. We have to do that. Is it possible that report, through the thick, consistent communication, is something that both partners say, all of this? That's my definition of success. The alternative is we come out with a report that has recommendations not acted upon, maybe even opposed by the department. If we get to that, we're going to get to that. Let's avoid that as much. You're not hearing me say that can't be in the report. That's not what I'm saying. PLPW will write the report that is their conclusion. So I want to be clear about that. It's what happens to those places in that report where PLPW and the agency aren't on the same page.
Which is what happened.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. That's not something to talk about end of August before the September EQC meeting.
I would totally agree.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
And without belaboring that point, I would totally agree.
Yeah.
Would it be possible for you to read the Montana code annotated that set this thing up, so we refresh our memory on that? It was only about 5 lines, wasn't it? You sent us an email, and maybe Quentin's got it.
I think
set it up.
It's here. Okay, 87-1-269. Right?
Yep.
There's a private land public wildlife advisory committee composed of persons interested in issues related to hunters, anglers, landowners, and outfitters, including but not limited to hunting access programs established pursuant to 87-1-265. The Fishing Access Enhancement Program, landowner-hunter relations, outfitting industry issues, public access land agreements, and other issues related to private lands and public wildlife. The committee must have broad representation of landowners, outfitters, and sports persons. The department may provide administrative assistance as necessary to assist the private and public wildlife advisory committee. The governor shall appoint the members of the private land public wildlife advisory committee. The private land public wildlife advisory committee shall report to the governor and to each regular session of the legislature in accordance with 511-210 regarding the success of various elements of the hunting access programs, including a report of annual landowner participation, the number of acres annually enrolled in the programs, hunter harvest success on enrolled lands, the number of qualified applicants who were denied enrollment because of a shortfall of funding, and an accounting of program expenditures, and make recommendations for funding, modification, or improvement needed to achieve the objectives of the programs. The department shall provide fiscal analysis of all hunting access program funding sources to the review committee for review and recommendations. The Private Land Public Wildlife Advisory Committee shall report to the governor and to each regular session of the legislature in accordance with 511-210 regarding the success of the Fishing Access Enhancement Program and make recommendation for funding, modification, or improvement needed to achieve the objectives of the program. The department shall provide fiscal analysis of all Fishing Access Enhancement Program funding sources to the review committee for review and recommendation. The Private Land Public Wildlife Advisory Committee shall review public access land agreement proposals pursuant to 87-1-295 and recommend to the department whether to grant public access land agreements. And it goes on, the director may appoint additional advisory committees that are considered necessary to assist in the implementation of the hunting access programs.
Thank you.
So happy to hear any questions. Again, what I would close with and walk away from the podium, not walk away from the podium, but to thank you again for the opportunity to speak, is that the first definition of success that I understand Director Clark to be pursuing is that the recommendations are going to be with the recommendations, but there's as much support as possible. The goal being 100% support, that both entities are on the exact same page, literally, with the recommendations. That's the goal. And talking about that at every meeting.
Great.
Well, I'll let the chairs catch your questions.
So are we good with those general needs that we outlined as far as transparency, clarification, where support lies, where it doesn't, are we,
We are.
okay,
East Valley Park says, and I would look this is a question for the table too, so there are other department staff. Within their experience and sphere of operation, you see problems with any of those, now is the time to be candid and transparent. For what I can see and for what I represent relative to the department, okay. But I certainly leave room for staff to say, hold on, Chair. It's like, we're good.
okay.
Quentin?
Yeah.
Now, so is there some directives that you have lined out? We talked a little bit yesterday about some,
So we're gonna go to that next.
are we?
Yep.
Okay.
We're gonna flesh that out. We know theirs. Right?
Yes.
So are the 4 that we had yesterday, and those yours?
There's 6.
There's 6 of them.
So, Mr. Chairman, would an expectation that we might want to consider present to Quentin and to others is that you just read the MCA. I think during my term on the PLPW, there's been a time or two where we've wanted or thought about addressing something that really kind of falls outside of what the law says our role is. Would there be value in having the director, Quentin, somebody from the Helen office saying, providing us some input, saying, you know, we hear you, but you're really going down a path that's outside of what the expectations are of this organization. Because I think we could spend a lot of time on something where we have saying, why is this brought to us? This is not even part of your role here. And it might just save us an awful lot of time.
Sure. Good point, Dale. And I think I made that note in our needs on us. No, that's on us to keep that focused. You know, so I think we have to, I mean, yes, the department can do that, but I do think it's on us to stay on that.
Mr. Chair, could I say something? Just to add to that, I think though, as I read through it, that it is our, and I think you've said this, that we want to make sure that they know about it. If we're hearing something out there in these meetings, when we meet 4 or 5, whatever times a year, that should go directly to Quentin or to the director. And knowing that it was an issue that came up, they can handle it. It's not something we're going to address further, but we heard about it and passed it along.
When
Chair, that's certainly way in bounds from what I think from what I understand the director's vision to be. Like again, another detailed application of thick, consistent communication. The other piece I would add is I also see a broad interpretation of what is PLPW's table setting. And so just know that, right, the department sees, well, and maybe that's not so much a statutory language, maybe that's the reality in a mixed land ownership state like Montana, where arguably it's hard to find a topic that somehow doesn't come back to wildlife management on mixed land ownerships, hunters, agency, landowners, outfitters. So no doubt there are some places, I'm not saying that there aren't some topics that are far enough away from that literal vocabulary that we would agree that not, if not in an absolute sense, because there are other topics that have priority that are more clearly inside those bounds. We would also have our eyes open for if the council thinks that it does make a connection, you just have to look hard to see it. I think we'd have our eyes open to hear that too, and our ears.
Thank you, Quentin. All right.
Thank you, Chair.
So we have a couple hours left in this meeting as it's scheduled. And our next task is to define those priorities. So let's revisit the departments 6. I don't know, Ms. Lemon, do you wanna go those over?
Sure.
So the first one was landowner preference, allocation of landowner preference. The second one was participation or enrollment in access programs. Third was elk hunting access agreements. Fourth is PALA revision. Fifth is PLFAs. And then the sixth project was Hunter Landowner Stewardship Program.
Chair, can I ask a question? Is that the order of priority to the department, or are those just in any particular order?
It's not in priority order.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody need any of those fleshed out just a little bit? Not a lot, just a little bit?
I do.
Okay, so
The landowner preference, I guess I need a little more clear understanding of what we're talking about when it comes to landowner preference.
Jason, do you want to take that
I'll
one?
I'll let Quentin handle it first.
That's a great question. Thank you, Chair. I'll come up here again, Chair. Yeah, remember we talked about there was conversation this session that included a definition of employee for that landowner that's applying landowner preference. The law has long said that there can be an assignee that is an employee. What does employee mean? Is it a seasonal? Is it year round but not full time? What is it simply an employee? Enough said, in all of those circumstances. And I think the question is that's one of the circumstances. Your question to answer is it worth dealing with? And I think that's how we present that. So the deliberation on these topics from the department starts with your assessment if it goes on the list to work more on or not. Just so you know, Chair. So maybe the council says, I don't think that's, I hear the anecdotal questions. Another example is, again, a landowner that has one operation. And just to paint an example of this geographic size. And that geographic size allows for multiple blocks to be submitted by different individuals under that ownership. But okay, this many 640s equals that many landowner application applicants. Is that okay? And so again, when we put the list, I want to step back and say, when we put that list before, it may well be that your consideration back to the department is, we don't think this merits us putting it on the list for further. But does that clarify? Dale?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Thank
Touch
you.
on 907 and that was tabled.
Yes, remember 907 was landowner preference, keep me on the straight and narrow here. A separate set aside for non-resident landowners of 2,500 acres or more.
Up to 5.
Up to 5, yeah. That was a specific, you're right, that was I dare say, a much debated topic in the legislative session at the tail end, most recently captured in 907. That did not pass, and so maintained that 2,500 acre allocation of landowner preference opportunity. Thank you, Jason.
Can we get a detailed of the bill, the code that spells out employees on this situation, so we know what it is now currently?
Yeah, we certainly can.
It might also be, a lot of people probably aren't familiar with the 2,500 acre bill that came through.
Yep, we
So
can get 907
We need
to
some
you.
more details on that before we can focus on.
We can get 907 to you, and it's a great point, Chair. And in fact, the definition now varies for employee.
yeah, I think if this becomes a priority, we'll have to get in all that detail, which there's plenty of.
But again, just to be very clear, I know you're going through this.
Yeah.
This is the department set first.
Yep.
The first assessment is it on your list?
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Number clarification on Number 2. Any questions on that? Enrollment, participation in access programs? We're all clear what that is. Okay. Evaluate EHAs. Any questions there?
Well, aren't we doing that now?
No.
Or we're not?
No, we're not evaluating them right now.
Okay.
So what we're doing is setting. So I just want to make sure we're all clear what these are. And we're going to add if we have any other priorities to work on forward, we put those in the mix. So this is just setting the priority list, starting at the next meeting. Okay. Any questions on the EHA
Mr. Chairman,
part?
my question would be is after you read the Montana code, it said we report to the governor and the legislature. Looks to me like the Fish, Wildlife and Parks Director's nose is under the tent, setting this up for us. And if we don't think this stuff makes any difference, we don't have to go there. I wouldn't say. Quentin,
Yeah, and Quentin just.
Is that what you were
Yes,
trying to
yes.
say?
Yeah.
Your assessment back to us, understanding the
Yes.
partnership,
Yeah, we don't.
how
have
you
to
all
do any of
represent
this
ambassadors and
crap. We don't want
representatives.
to.
Yes.
It's not if it's not a priority to the group,
Right.
we don't have to fall in line and go down through this. We pick what matters
Correct.
and we do that, which was what was it? Landowner hunter stewardship course that we worked on for 4 years and then they jumped in front of it.
Okay.
And so I guess I'm frustrated with it because this is the first time since you and I've been coming here that we've got direction from the department, the head of the department since Hank left. And he was here before he was over there. And so this frustrates me, Quentin, because you guys are changing the rules and we're trying to figure out how the hell we're gonna follow along with what you're doing.
And so just to clarify, Lee, these are 6 priorities that they've identified.
They have identified.
Right. And this is, again, for us to work through the next year. So the next up through February is our goal, right? These plus anything we have, we can prioritize however we want.
Okay, well, I think we ought to start with number 6.
Okay, so, okay,
Hold on.
I hear you. So PLFA, everybody knows what that is?
Do we skip Paula?
Oh, I did it out of order. I wrote them out a different order last time. PALA, we know what PALA is and the parameters. Do we need any clarification on that?
We're already doing that.
Okay. PLFA and then Hunter Landowner Stewardship Program. So that's what the department has set in front of us as topics for discussion going forward in no certain order. Okay. All right, good.
And I just want to put a chair, if I may, and it may well be that today's discussion is in the minds of PLPW sufficient to the task. As you look at the relative priorities that you also bring to the table.
Yeah.
Well, that should be up to us. We're the ones that are doing it.
Sure.
And our deal is to go to the legislature and the governor and with some help from those guys, you know, they're just.
Yeah.
I'll be quiet now.
Okay, no, hey, that's why you're here. Okay, so we're good on those 6.
Miss Cohen's raised her hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Cohan.
I was just have a question on the word revisions under public access land agreement program revisions. What is the director? I mean, is there some thing she's got in mind there?
Thank you, Cindy. I'll offer a first layer answer and then look to Jason if there's anything I missed. I've understood that vocabulary and that focus on that topic is a little bit of what we talked about yesterday, is that program. Now, as you all well know, that tool, that program, that opportunity, that authorization, that task has run through a small fistful of business cycles now. So we've got some experience behind us. Is it worth taking the time through the lens of that experience and taking a look and saying, to the degree it's defined by statute, authorized by statute, and further refined by the department's implementation, is it good? Or could it warrant some enhancement? Cindy, does that answer the question? Jason, I'd look to you, see if there's any more to add.
No, the only thing I would add is that there's been some member discussion as we've gone through about how we exactly address those pieces and parts as it relates to leases and how the incentives are calculated based off of how much you actually lease versus how much you actually open. So there's kind of some discussion that's been had amongst the members here as far as that piece of it specifically.
Yeah. Okay,
I
That
think
helps.
that's good for now. Yes, thank you.
thank you. Okay,
Sure.
any, Donna?
Obviously, there's something going on that these have been brought forward to us. They don't look like a big undertaking, but if we had a presentation on review of maybe language change that would make the infield staff job easier, or, you know, why were these brought forward? Do they need some tweaking or do they need changing? And as an access program, I think if you like the language on what qualifies a full-time employee or part-time employee, or, you know, are there things that you would like our input on these access programs that would make it easier to implement them?
I'll take, again, thank you, Chair, Donna, thank you, and Jason, you be ready to follow up. I'll bring forward our approach to that sort of question, that sort of conversation, that sort of discussion piece in legislatures. We can and have been implementing, so it's not a matter of being unable to implement. Rather, it is a matter of some conversations we've had, some questions we've heard about doing it this way versus should we still do it this way, or is there another way to think about it? So my answer with that context would be more of a process answer. Is we're certainly happy in the context of a thick, consistent relationship. We're certainly happy to illustrate definition of employee, to bring that forward next time or in the interim between now and the next meeting, and put a little bit more awareness and substance into what has been the focus of some of those questions or some of those conversations in the legislature. And you know, not to get into PLPW's realm here, given Lee's comment, but maybe put it in a holding place until you see that more definitively. Whether again, that be a supplement that we mail out in the interim between now and the next meeting or at the next meeting in the agenda slot.
I know some of the language, especially on that fishing access, is quite outdated. And it may need tweaking that does not need legislation.
Sorry, Chair. Just real quick, but if we wanted to increase the payment for the fishing access, we would require legislation, correct?
Don't know that. No.
I don't know about the House Bill 2 authority for that
Right.
funding, but as far as a program implementation piece, it's administrative rule that would need the update, not legislation.
Okay, thank you.
So again, to clarify a little bit, so these are on the table. Okay, and if we put them in the mix, they're gonna get fully detailed and understood again. Okay. So moving to the next part of this, any objectives that we have, that you have to bring forward into this consideration for priorities for the next year? Would like to bring one of those if they have it.
Well, I tried taking some notes yesterday on this exact topic as they came up. I don't have everybody's notes because there was more conversation today that I did not capture, but just like I said, I just want to start. I don't know if you want to go in order of what's on here or how you want to handle that, but these were other topics kind of brought up or discussed in this realm as well.
So yesterday, Rich brought up streamlining and technology, which my recollection, Everett seconded and added to technology as a main topic of discussion. So streamlining the access program.
I think this, if I can speak, Mr. Chairman, the streamlining I'd take away, I mean, we're all here doing, I don't think we have to, they know the programs. I don't know that there's a we have to dive into that. I mean, we've got 13 programs, but they all know them, they know how to work through them. So, but I think the phone app or that is a huge one for me. Just if I think of priorities, and the rest is stuff that I think other people throw in there too, so.
Okay. So technology phone app, let's, Everett, do you want to expand on that?
How much do you want me to expand?
Just to what the goal would be to.
I would say the main headline is the implementation to the fullest extent of technology throughout the department. So not just the app, but across the website. Example being reservation systems for anything that needs a reservation, lottery system for BMAs that you gotta call at 4 AM, stuff like that. I mean, there's a whole list that we have gone through that we could add to that. But I think that this one touches virtually everything within the department. Lost man hours that we're doing paperwork that we don't need to be doing because we could be in the field with a tablet and just docu-signing stuff or whatever. And I understand that there's policies within the department, maybe within the state government that governs some of this IT stuff that frankly may need to be visited and re-examined and dealt with. I know there's a lot of other states that do stuff that we could look to implement. I just think that the opportunity here, I don't know that there's a more target rich topic for us to dive into.
And may I just add on that? Because what I think is, as I look at what we've been asked and we talk about data collection, we need to be evaluating these things. Like, and the only way to really do that now is to get some of this data back.
Yeah.
So I'm with Everett. I think the full scale into that, because then we can make decisions. And mine goes all the way to the biology of even hunters, even putting in, I know they don't want to put location, but kill data, harvest data, all that. I want all of it. Because I want to be able to say, okay, do these regions, are they over hunted? Are they not? I want people putting in that, oh, there was 8,000 people in this region. Well, okay, we got to cut people back. I want the data. So.
Agreed.
So to that point, to me, so implementation of technology, to me, I see that as for the hunter use is one aspect of that, whatever that is. And maybe that helps with the competition of other programs that are easy to access through technology. I don't know if that's true or not, but the second is, and Quentin spoke to this yesterday, the legislature seems disinterested or unwilling to pursue that data collection. So, you know, I think where those are data collection for the purposes of managing these programs, that's in our world. Where it's a deer survey, it's probably not in our world. And I think that's where we can go if we're willing to do that.
You mean in
Is
our
that
world?
what we want to do?
With SPLPW?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would say deer surveys and the accessibility, ease of accessibility on the department's website to get to those. I think that falls within our scope.
Okay.
I mean, as a hunter, I want to know if there's 1 deer or 1 million deer in the units that I'm going to be in. And I know that kind of stuff I can find readily in other states on their websites. I would like to see that kind of information as an example, not as a limited, like there's a whole list of things that we could do.
Okay, so we're gonna put down as a potential objective, implementation of technology for the hunter use and department use. It's broad.
Yeah.
Other thoughts or ideas on that? Craig?
I think we're talking about competition from private access kinds of programs, that I think one of the things that makes them it's the nimbleness and the flexibility and the use of high tech or higher technology that makes it a challenge and real competition. And if we're talking about competition, and we keep bringing that up, I think on occasion it's like we need to get there.
Okay.
And I think it's really it's gonna become a weak link. The program will be done. Or if the agency.
So is everybody on board with that as one goal?
So high priority.
And you're just, as an umbrella technology. Because it seems to me, once we delve into it, there's gonna be 100 different paths.
We're gonna have to keep bringing that back to where does it fit in with what we're trying to do.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Any objection anywhere? Don't say it, Lee. No, just kidding. Okay. So the next was. That up there, Jason?
What's that?
Yeah, he just moved it to the very top.
Yeah, I started trying to take what your guys are saying and then putting it onto your own list versus each individual member, but.
Okay.
So these, like I said, these were just other things that Rich had on his list.
Okay.
I don't know if that's anything of interest to the group or if you still want a conversation.
Can the whole, is the collaboration something that this group really does, or is that something that Quentin, that you guys would do? I see it as a lacking area between DNRC and BLM in terms of agency collaboration and enforcement. Yeah, I don't know if that's for our group, so I would just throw that out there, that if that shouldn't be on here, then that's fine. I just see this something that
Hearing the question, trying to respect the council's conversation. Certainly, first thought that comes to mind is other agencies that landowners engage. Those are agencies that hunters engage, to your point. Those agencies engage habitat, they engage access. And so if the question is it inside the bubble, so to speak, the authority, the focus? I think yes, very clearly so. So I don't know if that hits the question or not. It's an answer, but.
So is that something you want to include?
I mean, we're all a group here. I don't know if I'm one person, so I just.
I'm gonna throw that out.
Yeah. Yes,
So-
I would.
So then Rich's objective would be to focus on interagency communication and action and understanding.
Yeah, I mean, better interagency communication. I mean, even in the field, I mean, and working collaboratively, I guess I would say in these efforts, because the access that landowners are providing typically is to BLM or state lands. And I think they need to be as much aware. Maybe it's just them, maybe someone coming to our meeting, and having them hear what we're discussing. I see it in the field, or I have seen it in the field where it's just licensed. Prime example, I had a person out there and it was an FWP agent, and said they're on state land, that's their deal. That was almost verbatim how it was said, not my problem. So I feel that's a problem. So I don't know how to make it more succinct than that.
Understood. So do we want to put that on the list of 7 as a topic of priority? Donna?
Sure. I feel it's important as an advisory council to know what the other agencies are capable of or non-capable of, as we may implement some rule changes, and how it would affect, so that they too can be involved and let us know if something's feasible or not.
Can I ask, could that be a subcommittee that Rich leads, and we can kind of discuss and have some recommendations to the department? 'Cause I think it's important, right?
I feel like I'm with you guys. Like, I know we need to narrow it down. So like, I don't care. I just think it's, I'm with you.
I'm just wondering, like, could over a few hours, could we come up with some thoughts that, okay, and then submit that to the department and let them run with it?
Yeah, I'll just take that on with I can just do that and work with everybody here as we meet. So that's fine. Like I said, I know we've got a big list, so I'm fine with that.
Okay. Thank you, Rich.
Remember, you don't have to be on it. I see Jason threw you right under the bus and put you in the.
I'm happy.
Jason, I'll start, let me start it, Everett, or Jason, and I'll go from there.
Everett loves subcommittees. He's on them all.
Everett, yeah, he's already on the tech committee, so he doesn't need to be on the
Yeah,
other one.
Okay.
Okay, I got you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so what else did we have?
Well, just perspective, taking care of the wildlife and the land.
Drag down that one. Any comment on that? Hearing none. Next is lack of education of new owners.
Most of them, if they got money enough to buy a piece of land, they probably don't want a bunch of Montana hicks telling them what to do.
So, I mean, that was identified in the past as one of the most significant transition periods that lose access. And that's the reason why it's brought up, I believe. Is that something we want to bring up as a full topic to research, Drew?
Yeah, just add some color to that. I think one of the things that, and I just saw it yesterday. I saw a local real estate agent sold almost $60 million worth of recreational property last year. And that's one person selling $60 million worth of property for people, most likely non-resident, most likely absentee. We're buying it for their sole use to hunt and fish and recreate on. And so we're losing those lands. And so I think we can work on this topic, but I think just that one example and knowing that train is way out of the station and not slowing down, and it's only going to get a lot worse. I don't know if this is a top priority, but it's worth discussing and fleshing out.
Rich?
Could I just add to that and just say maybe that goes under just as we were talking about people that are not in the program, that we're trying to get new people into programs. Maybe that's the education that is trying to, and you talked about, where we get more adjacent landowners, that type of thing. Maybe that's the education. It can maybe just all tie under one type of thing where you're trying to get new people into the programs. And so maybe that helps direct it more to PLPW type stuff, and more people in educating non-program members, I guess. I don't know.
Right. Just not new landowners, but non-program.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, that, yeah.
Chair. Do you guys ever like present to, as the department present to like the board of realtors or at a real estate conference and explain that, hey, this is an option for people purchasing this land, that they could enter in one of these programs and potentially subsidize some of their property or anything like that? I'm just curious if it's something you guys have done or have thought about doing, or.
It's been an idea that's been passed around, to be completely honest. I think it really just tailors back to that time commitment, and that's the toughest thing,
Not
is
enough staff.
stretching. Yeah, but it's a great thought.
I would add to that, we do have, the department has a history, maybe also PLPW, with some outreach materials that we tried to introduce two new landowners. We haven't got a contemporary product. I shouldn't say, it's been a while since we built the last one. But it's not your question, but it's another kind of outreach we tried.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And if I may call a spade, not that those new landowners and those people buying those lands are a lost cause, but by and large, most of them are a lost cause. So I think, again, to put the importance on the programs that we have with current landowners that we still have that haven't sold, how do we help maintain a healthy balance on their land of profitability and access so that hopefully they don't sell.
Mhm.
That's good.
Okay. And if you recall, Rich ran a subcommittee of his own to look at this in his process. Do y'all recall that? Just a couple of years ago. So is it something we can be impactful with? To your point. And I think Donna had sidebarred me on one item, maybe for a later topic discussion. How do we help landowners that want to stay in their operation, find ways to do that, whether they're through some of these access programs or other things that help them stay on the land as ag producers in their own generational transitions. That might be, you know, a focus where we can help.
I like that.
Okay, so not so much on that one. But yeah, helping them understand the land.
Yeah, the second one, Jason, second bullet one.
Okay, so the first one you don't want me to put on the top of.
Okay. All right. Then next was
E-bikes.
E-bikes on there,
so it was general recreation, right?
specific to e-bikes.
Okay, pass. We want to pass.
Yeah.
Unless Lee wants to start up a subcommittee.
No, I don't see anything wrong with it myself,
Yeah.
e-bikes, you know, everybody looks at it, the bird hunters and those people, there, a lot of the little white-haired old ladies come out and our stuff, and look at all the 5 or 6 little brown birds that are out there, and they're not gonna walk 5 miles to find it. No, I don't care if they drive an e-bike on the state and it's BLM or whatever, you know? It's just that everybody's worrying about who's gonna get to the elk first rather than the other things of it. And I don't think, you know, a lot of this is making a mountain out of a molehill.
Thanks for that, Lee.
Not our.
Okay. So that part, did we put that in there with outreach to non-participating landowners? Is that something we want to tackle?
Sure.
Well,
That was kind of what my tangent was yesterday, and I kind of want to rephrase that a little bit. I think according to this, our directive is that we're supposed to improve landowner-hunter relations. And I think that includes the fishing game in there too, because I see a lot of disconnect, really. I mean, I see a lot of what these guys are doing with the people they're working with, it's great. But we're missing a big part of the landowners that aren't participating. And I think that even some of the stuff above, if we could find ways to get more participation with the department some way. And I know when I talked to the director a couple times, that was kind of one of her concerns too, is to try to improve these landowner relations. So I think there's a way, and I don't know how we go about it, but I think there's some ways we could figure out to make these relationships better with the non-participating landowners, people that have been kind of left out of the conversations on when regulations have been passed, and you know, they've kind of done things that have irritated them. And I think a lot of them feel that, well, as Dale and I talked, that even the sportsmen feel this way, is that they're not listening to us. And I think that it's important for landowners because they probably are one of the most important parts of the three-legged stool we're in. So if you don't have landowner participation, you don't have any. And I think we need to get them involved, even more of them in in the PLPW comments to get more participation from them.
so all to your point in clarifying that, if one of the objectives and key priorities is enrollment participation in access program enhancement, wouldn't that be part of that?
Well, yeah, I mean, we want to see if we
Could be
can.
part of that.
Well, it could be, but I think there's more than that. I think there's some out there that maybe you'll never get them in any access programs. But we need to know what they're thinking out there. I mean, a lot of them are, when I talk to a lot of them, they won't go to public comments, and we need to get their involvement. Just didn't like this mule deer scoping meeting we have right now. You know, they just aren't gonna come to these. I've encouraged them to come and say, I'm not coming, so I just figure, I wish we could figure out a way, and I think it's gotta come from the department's abilities or their efforts to go out and reach out and talk to more of these non-participating people that are, that are upset, maybe some outfitter landowners too that are upset. And try to get them back into the process because they're not there anymore.
I'd like to ask Rich a question, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but there's been several of these legacy ranches that have sold to out-of-state landowners, basically people from a private land state like Texas, or in our case, we lease a ranch from a family that grew up in North Carolina, and they have money enough to buy, and they have a misconception of public access because they think if you got it inside your fence, it's yours. And so I'm gonna put you on the spot. What's gonna happen with the IX Ranch now that you're not in the transition team anymore and your ownership guys are from Texas, right? What's their vision for their ranch?
I won't speak for how it is, but I can speak generally. I think because really it's an education thing, Lee. It really is
Right.
because not everybody feels the same. I know that money is a driver in a lot of cases, but a lot of cases, I mean, a perfect example is, Matador. I mean, there's no money involved in all of that, but I mean, what's his name doesn't need any money. So
Yeah,
that's a good example of
exactly.
how that is. But so what I think people, if you look at Matador, that they're very much in conservation and wildlife management. And I would say that the ranch, even though I got out of block management when I was there, this is back when my family was doing it. I mean, we got out of block because there was a financial benefit to getting out of it, but there was also, and I've said this to others in here, there was also an opportunity to hire our own biologists with the money we earn and us to do the goals and objectives that we want and force our outfit to do it how we wanted it done. So I don't think it's not fair for me to say one way or the other. I think it's our job or the job to educate on what opportunities there are. Some may be in a better situation where block or these programs really work well for them. And I think one of the programs is instead of giving money, we give a biologist or we give, we got more, enforcement, those are the things we have to be open-minded to and producers have to be open-minded to if we intend to grow it. I think it's a combination of financial and management because most land people, and we got to educate new people coming in, don't want weeds, they don't want trash, they don't want wrecked roads, they want their property to look better than it was than before, and they want the wildlife part of the. When I was a kid in the 80s, there was different wildlife than there was as I saw growing through the 90s and the 2000s on our place, and I said that sucks. So I said we're going to control it. We're not going to shoot big bucks. We're not going to allow people to hunt. We're not going to allow them to go where they want. So
If I could, one more thing, since I've been on this committee, we've leased a legacy ranch from an out-of-state landlord since 2003. And he was the fenced-in guy, and he's morphed into the deal now, but their friends are all from where they live at. And they'd like to have an access to a hunting license for their friends. They've got huge ranches that they're paying taxes on and their friends can't hunt there because there's no way for them to get a license. And that makes more difference to a lot of them than. So I don't know how we get to that point, but he's this ranch that we have now, it's back in block management. And he, and so it's just educational. You can't just switch them. And there's nobody in Montana got money enough to buy those ranches after they get the one when we leased it, it was worth 8 million. He bought it, now it's worth 50. So there was no chance to buy it in 2003, and there's sure as hell no chance to buy it now. No one paid for it with a cow or hunting licenses or whatever the hell it is.
So with the complexities of that type of discussion, is that a bullet point item for us to put on for the next year?
I don't think you're gonna get it done anyway, unless you can get somebody,
So-
like get Rupert Murdoch to go to the Wilkes brothers and say, hey, you guys got your head up your butt.
Okay, so in that case, we're gonna move on from that one.
But do we say we don't want to try to improve landowner relations?
Well, no, we're gonna try to do that everywhere we can. mean, I think within enhancing enrollment, outreach to non-participating landowners can be part of that objective, no? I mean, if I put it on here, we can add it to that, so it's a bullet point within that. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so the next one below it is landowner consult transitions. It's sort of the same. It's the same topic,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, okay. Craig, incentives for diverse types of BMAs. So probably in the block, would that be within the access program? And as we heard, like Mr. Farren, looking at all the incentives within the program to maximize those, is it something that you think that's in there, or is it something outside of that, Craig?
Well, I think actually Clinton kind of referred to it as it's been marinating for a while. It's had discussion. It hasn't gone away, but it hasn't really gone forward, and that's fine. I think part of what I'll just talk, and some of this won't be popular, but we're talking about access programs, and I get trying to maximize access, but I think some of the situations where we're having really problematic populations of elk, for example, I could almost see us paying landowners not to allow much access. I mean, trying to distribute hunter distribution across the landscape where we're having these issues, and we keep pouring hunters onto these certain places, it's not fixing what the problem is. And so trying to get, again, strategies toward these public access opportunities where we're actually trying to solve this elk distribution problem in a different way. And so looking at it in a different way. And so that's all I think that was about. And I think the habitat quality part is, well, if we're gonna reintroduce sharp-tailed grouse in western Montana, you guys have a program where you evaluate the habitat and where they may go. If you're gonna move bighorn sheep to an area, you already have a program or a way of evaluating habitat quality before you ever put sheep in there. Or if I'm a landowner that wants to be part of the pheasant planting program, there's a process to where you go evaluate what that habitat looks like and is it going to offer anything for pheasants. I don't see this as really any different than that, of being able to evaluate certain block management properties and their contribution to habitat quality and maybe even measuring, amount of harvest that's occurring on these different BMAs that actually are helping us move toward some satisfaction on all these different elk population situations. That's sort of what I'm getting at. I know there's a lot there, but that's kind of where I was at.
Any questions on that? Okay. Does that fit somewhere, or does it stand alone?
Would that fall under diseases like CWD? Getting the elk so that they're spread out a little bit more so that disease can't be transmitted as easily.
Question.
We have not mentioned, and it is an issue. CWD and diseases are an issue. And I have not seen that on any of our bullet points. As more and more elk condense in areas, that is becoming more prevalent.
Okay.
Chair. We're talking about block management up there, right? Diversity and stuff like that. And problematic concentrations of elk. I don't know if there's anything we can do to change that. The only thing I can think of is in Utah, they did a study that they were having the same problem we are, as all the elk were moving off of the public ground to the private ground, and what they did is they collared a bunch of elk and they issued more private land tags, which improved the hunting on the public ground by 26%. So the only suggestion that we could come up with that might help there is more private land tags, but every time we bring something like that up, it just, it goes nowhere. So I don't know if that's some solution we could talk about or not, but I think it's gonna be a hard thing to try to fix that concentration. I mean, we're doing it somewhat. I mean, I think we, on the 454s, the elk access programs, I think we've helped some there with it, but they've got a lot of elk there, and it, I don't know what the answers are.
Any other comment? Dale?
Well, to go back, I think, to a question you asked a minute ago. The incentives for diverse types of BMA, is that standalone or does that fall under one of the other categories? And to me, it's almost a subset of participation, enrollment, and access programs. I mean, what are we trying to do to enhance access, enrollment in the different types of programs? And we're almost like splitting things, and if we want to have broad categories, in my eyes anyway, that really fits into that. Okay, what are we doing to enhance participation, enrollment in the access program? So to me, I see it as a subset of one of the original 6.
Okay. So where do we want to go with that?
We're already there. We got type 1 and type 2. If somebody want to manage the quality, they go with type 2. Kathy,
I think what Craig's talking about is a little more what Rich implements on his level and Craig's experience. Which, how do we get involved with that? The Matador would be another case of that. And they pretty much figured out how to use access programs, as does the Devil's Kitchen. And we have those tools. So I don't know how we get into the biological distribution of the health of the habitat and the population, which leads to diseases or not. I mean, it's all kind of intertwined. I think it has to be in the forefront. I'm just not sure how we tackle that. It's very valid, and it's certainly in those pockets around the state where everybody knows exists. And it seems like usually it's a combination of the landowner taking action that they see fit, combined with a program if they see 1 or 2 or 3 programs to fit into that.
Could I just make a suggestion maybe about that? Because I think one of the ways to maybe come is again, this deep communication with WWP is when we see an area that's happening, I mean, these guys know that, they are letting us know. I mean, I think that maybe the way to think about it is we don't want to be creating all this access or creating access in areas where there's a problem. I guess maybe that's, like how, or if that area starts to become one, then how do we manage that? Maybe that's the better way to just get information that we can then say, look, we're seeing now that we've opened up this area south of Big Sandy, and there's 8,000 people now there every year. And it's, we get feedback from Region 6 that says, hey, we've done this, we need to make some changes here. And maybe that by that time, it's maybe out of our hands. I think that's probably one of those things we just have to draw the line and say, educate, give them all the options they can, and then step away from it.
So if we could put that in a bullet note as a concern.
Sorry,
that Craig's no.
We want access, but we just don't want too much.
Well, so I would go back to Cheyenne talking about the Matador. I mean, there's a great example, and they use some programs that exist that the department has to mitigate the issue to the best ability that can be done. And that's one we just saw. 2 years ago, we saw the immediate results of it. I think Colleen, or 3 years ago or 4 years ago, brought those to us, and we're like, how do you replicate that, right? So that's, the department has that if a property wants to implement it. And it was during that change of ownership that all came to our forefront, because they're already on block. I don't know, does that help? It doesn't
Yeah.
resolve it.
Yeah, no, it's a bigger deal. I can see this kind of being on the fringe outside of what we're about.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Greg.
Cindy has her hand up.
Cindy?
I think the quality is a good thing. We've discussed this before. But when they set up the BMAs or when there's a discussion about the BMAs, the biologist is the one looking at these properties. So I don't know how exactly we are involved in that because we're access people, we're not biologists. I'm not sure. The quality is a good thing, I mean, to improve it, but it's really not our access issue.
Thank you, Cindy. All right.
Can I piggyback off of Cindy's note? I was part of that subcommittee where we discussed that, I think, a couple of years ago, and again, I won't say impossible to define, but damn near impossible to define quality, right? And ultimately, the users are gonna tell us if a BMA is quality or not by hunter use days. And, you know, if a new one pops up and there's a pile of use, like you were saying, like, you know, in a random example of something that's, you know, didn't happen, but if all of a sudden there's a whole bunch of people going to that, then we're spreading them out from other places too, so. Yeah, I just wanted to. piggyback on that.
I agree.
Okay.
I'll get you there in just a second.
Okay.
We're right here on the list.
Okay, so if I can condense that, do we want to do a comparison of neighboring state programs to measure
I
where
just
we're
threw
at?
that out there.
Ladders for the corner cross.
Okay,
Drop that off.
drop that. All right, thanks, Paul. Okay, Donna had essentially education and mentor programs.
Right. And I'm not sure how that fits under our charge, but I do feel it kind of overlaps on many aspects of it. And if we don't capture our youth now, we won't have the programs we will in the future. So I think this is a long-term investment that needs to be done, and we need to do everything we can to help our youth get a license. And when educating the youth, I think we educate more parents than we do the youth when they bring them to those classes. So it's also a way to educate the adults as well.
Can I just, because I really love the idea. When I was a kid, it was we were able to go to it, and I guess they were paid. I think they were. I don't. It was a long time ago. But is there any way to incentivize? Do we have funding available, or is that something legislatively that we could give authority to or offer a suggestion that they get funding to people to do more of this, or is that something that could actually come out of this committee?
So the question is education.
Yep.
On the broad sweep, do we want to put that as an objective?
Yeah.
In this mix, because all those things fall under that. I mean, what Donna's talking about, I think, is recruitment. And if you don't have recruitment, you don't have funding for these programs down the road.
Yeah.
So I think it's a great objective
I like
to have in front of us if we can be helpful with it.
Is there any compensation for hunter educator?
No.
Or
It's
just
volunteer.
strictly
So I just got,
volunteer?
just for reference.
Running out of them.
Just for reference, our education bureau chief's watching the meeting too, and she said all hunter ed is taught by volunteers, always has been. And we're just lacking enough instructors being able to teach field days.
So I think we should.
Yep.
There we go.
If we want to jump to the chase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would everybody
Recruitment.
agree, put education on our list for topics?
Yep.
Yes.
And then what falls under that will come.
Okay.
Is that fair? Everybody in agreement with that?
Recruit, recruit some trainee.
Anybody opposed?
Just to be clear, it's hunter education.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the Hunter Mentor Program obviously is where Donna began with this, but it all fits in with that program. And there's definitely challenges to it right now, recruitment being a key challenge. It's kind of like land ownership transition, hunter educators transition. For various reasons. That good?
One other little.
Yeah.
Thing to add, in the big picture, in the future, there are some new landowners that may be open to allow youth hunting, that we could expand with block management, a youth hunt for some of the off-lease comment, the more wealthier new landowners that they may be interested in offering youth hunts where they would not be offering.
I would like to add to that, like youth, veteran, disabled.
Exactly.
All right, so education.
Are we bouncing around on you? So the other thing she mentioned was the wildlife and disease population concerns just now.
That's okay. Is that a separate objective or?
That is separate, and we discussed it a little bit. I think we have that we all need to keep that in the back of our mind and work with biologists as disease become more prevalent and how we can help with that in block management.
Okay. So Everett's clarity, transparency, and relationship, I think we've checked that box.
Yeah.
Hunter ed, I think we're on that, correct? Technology, we're on that. Yeah.
That's all I was able to capture, so I'll pick it up from there.
Okay. Are there any other listing objectives except Drew? Drew?
I just want to point out, a few years ago, the EHA, the 454 program was kind of obsolete. It was that tool in the box that was just kind of mulling around doing nothing. With a couple small tweaks, it became a really popular program with a lot more participation. We continue to see that grow. I still, in my heart of hearts, I think Pala is still that dark horse with a few tweaks. Could be a really key program moving forward as we look to ebb and flow with the times as they change and as technology changes, all these things. And as corner crossing for our neighbors to the south becomes a really hot topic. It was already hot. Now it's like magma hot, and now it will bleed here. And again, we continue to not talk about it much. And I think we could be proactive and get out in front of it with one of these programs. And this might be a way to help ease some of that friction that is coming. Yes. My recommendations.
All right, and so those are on, right?
Yep.
We've got
I'm saying for me, that would be a top priority.
Okay. All right. Other? The other? Not seeing any. Okay. I'm gonna call it at that for this moment. So we can sift those through now. It's noon. We're gonna have a moment for public comment at 12:15. Then work into a working lunch, I think is needed. Everybody's good with that. We were hoping to get out of here about 1:15, but I think we need to get through this piece. We haven't talked about our schedule. But I think we can finalize meeting dates shortly. But we've got to get these objectives outlined and then get to that. So let's take a quick break. I know everybody has been a little bit, but I gotta. Okay. Like We're a few minutes past public comments. We are going to open it up for public comment. And then we'll come back to defining the objectives and then look at our schedule of meetings and a few other little things. So, Jason, we have folks available ready for public comment. And I apologize, we're a little late, just catching up on some things.
Yep, go ahead, Kevin.
Mr. Farron?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Hey, thanks for the opportunity again, Chair Beal. Again, Kevin Farron here, just a resident hunter representing myself out of Missoula, but like I said, I am a contractor for the Montana Wildlife Federation as well. Just a couple of quick things. Really appreciate all the time you guys are putting into these great conversations. On e-bikes, someone mentioned that the debate on e-bikes is only about who's going to get to the elk first. I agree that technology and hunting conversations generally follow that line of reasoning, of benefiting those with the means to purchase the latest and greatest while leaving others in the dust. But when it comes to e-bikes, I actually think the issue is more about, do the elk have a place to feel safe? E-bikes allow more and more people to more easily access security elk habitat. And I forgot who asked this specifically, but I thought it kind of ironic that the question at the start of this conversation was, are we talking about e-bikes or e-dirt bikes? And I think that was a great question. And you can easily see how this could lead to well, what's the difference? What's the big deal? My dirt bike doesn't make any noise, so it's non-motorized. My electric side-by-side doesn't make any noise either, nor does my Cybertruck. So a quiet motor is still a motor. The issue isn't about which mode of transportation is most obnoxious and loud. It's about providing some security habitat for the critters we chase. Because look, if we don't have that, the issues that you all are grappling with in terms of deer and elk distribution between public and private lands, that'll only continue to get worse. So it sounds kind of funny to say it out loud, but there's certainly times and circumstances when and where, too much access is a bad thing. So respectfully, I'd prefer that we leave the e-bike regulation discussion to our land management agencies. Secondly, the technology and phone app conversation, I couldn't agree more with Everett that we're still standing on the dock watching the boat get further and further away when it comes to the technology and what we could be doing with the phone app. I certainly won't beat a dead horse by repeating all the things that you all have talked about over the years that we could be using the phone app for. But I will point out one thing that hasn't, I don't believe, been fully considered, and that's Senator Logie's new block management enforcement network and how the heck we're going to be able to implement that. Specifically, how is someone with a strike going to be prevented from accessing other block properties for the remainder of that season or for 3 years or for life as the bill requires? If the app was fully utilized for block management permissions, both type 1 and type 2, for both tracking and granting those permissions, then it would actually be much easier to block this sort of permission from being granted to those bad apples that are kind of being forced to sit in timeout for however long. So anyway, just one more application to consider there. And then finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about the mandatory reporting conversation. Quentin, if you're still here or if someone from the department's still here, feel free to correct me. But, Quentin mentioned yesterday that there were, I think, 3 bills that all dealt with mandatory reporting in some way this session, and all 3 failed. And that's true, but it's also important to note that there always is, much more going on when it comes to tabling a bill than simply the mandatory reporting component of that bill. Politics are always a big part of which bills progress and which ones don't. And I thought it was relevant to share some sentiment that I've heard from legislators directly and indirectly, that they feel the department doesn't want to be forced to implement mandatory reporting, so therefore they've opposed it legislatively. So now we have a scenario where lawmakers are potentially voting against this because they don't think the department wants it. And then the department's turning around and telling you guys that they're reluctant and hesitant to go down that road because the legislature told them they don't want it. And so it's just kind of the circle. So I really think it's important that we don't table that conversation entirely. And that, I think it's important that we take a transparent look at FWP's funding currently for the phone call surveys to be done, both in terms of how much it's costing FWP, but equally important, how much federal funding they're receiving to implement those phone calls and that kind of tedious method of collecting data. And then just as importantly, I think it's a good idea to look at if federal funding could be used to implement a harvest reporting mobile app like Oregon and other states use. You know, I've done it. It's super slick. It doesn't require cell phone service. It's simply in the same way you look at your phone right now to validate your harvest. You validate it, and then you're answering 5 questions right then or on the app in real time. That way it's memorable. You're not having to think about stuff that happened 3 months ago. It's easy, it's mandatory, and it's no more difficult and more complicated than all of us that are already using the the phone app to validate our harvest. So just some other things to think about. But again, thank you all for your time. Really appreciate the conversations.
Thank you, Mr. Farren. Any questions of Mr. Farren real quick? None? Okay, thank you. Any other comments?
If you're interested in making public comment, please raise your hand and we'll let you into the meeting.
Nothing? Okay. All right. So I've got one thing I wanted to throw at y'all before we do our last two. So as I read through the June of '93 resolution creating this council, one of the things that struck me as to whether or not we're doing everything we can do as a council on us is it is lined out there in its advisory role. The council shall seek the advice and participation of affected interests, including private citizens, groups representing agriculture, representing the outfitting industry, representing the sporting community, representing conservation interests, representing other businesses. And I also was thinking with CACs, so somebody here mentioned yesterday, we were a good group representing those interests. My question is, are we as good as we think? Can we do any better? And are there ways for us to engage naturally in our communities in any of those ways? So I just wanted to, we can bring that down the road, but I wanted to have us ask ourselves that. Are we doing enough there to have that contact in our community, to have as broad a view as we can right where we sit? We can talk about that now or bring it up, but just generally, do we all think we're doing it well enough, or should we be a little more formalized in how we do that? Any thought?
Sure. Formalize, would you envision us participating in one of the other regional FWP meetings that maybe happen and we're part of the agenda and there's a segment for us and we go and listen to anybody that wants to chat about it?
It's totally open. This just made me think in the beginning, this council was created to be those tentacles out in the community. And as this time has gone down the road, and what's out there now, is that enough? Is what we're doing enough? I don't know how effective the CACs are. There's 7 regions, there's 7 CACs. Is that great? Is that somewhere we could connect? Is it even feasible? Or can each of us just look at what's in our community that we could connect more with in sort of a natural way that would help all these discussions? It's more a soul checking than anything. I've not been on a CAC, so I don't know if they are all effective across the board, or I would assume they're all varying in their effect.
I'm on the Region 2 CAC, and I give an update on PLPW and then request feedback on whatever things we might be talking about. And I get some feedback. I think we would all want more feedback on what we do. We see public comment today, we got one. And But I think it's effective and I think it's a good addition to the CACs to know there's other parts of FWP and other places that people could be involved if they want to. So I think it's worthwhile to be involved. I think each one's different. I think Region 7 has struggled to have full membership. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but at Region 2, we've always been very full. So.
Any other thought? I mean, again, we rely on this communication to go forward and get feedback and expect feedback. And then we do our home reports, you know.
Chairman, are you suggesting maybe that we should reach out to our organizations? I guess I'd reach out to MOGA, maybe reach out to the Farm Bureau and stock growers and get their opinion on some of this stuff and then bring that from them.
That's,
I mean, I do talk to a lot of.
well, I think we all do in our own ways. It's just, do we feel like we're effective in this? So I think what I'll do is send this back out to everybody to consider and maybe say, hey, is there one more way you can be more directly connected? Maybe in an area where you feel like you're not getting enough communication to be proactive in that. Is that fair?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not an objective. It's just a matter of, do we fulfill it as well as we can? That sound okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, so Jason, can you help us run back through and prioritize the list we have?
Yep. Would you like to start with your suggestion?
Or did Ms. Lemon want to jump in with that?
Well, I'm ready once you get to your prioritized list. I have a sample work plan to share.
Okay. So do we have that list?
Right here is your guys' suggestions kind of feeding up. I mean, it needs to be wordsmithed, obviously, but this is just notes on discussion. So, you know, technology / phone app implementation to the fullest extent of technology, managing hunter use across FWP. Couple examples. Concerns, of course, with private industry and direct competition with technology there was one of them. Focusing on interagency communication in the field action. Perhaps looking through a subcommittee of some sort.
So,
yes.
Sorry to interrupt. In my mind, we were on our discussion there, we were down to technology. And then education.
So just these two are the only two you were suggesting? This one?
That's where I thought we were.
I think the other ones all kind of fell under something else.
Okay.
Any misunderstanding of that? So we would add, and it's a broad sweep, technology, but focusing on hunter use or within these questions and then department. Okay. And then,
On that hat, I know one of the department's priorities was landowner hunter stewardship, but I think that really could fall a bullet point under education. So it would put us at 7 instead of.
so education under, I don't know, I think HL
Should be alone.
is its own thing. And then generally education, is that okay?
And I think education was supposed to be hunter education.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we have the 6+2. We all on the same page? Great.
Yep.
Okay. So does that get you there, Renee?
I think it gets us close enough. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, thanks, Chair. So I put together a template for a work plan timeline. Jason's gonna bring it up online and I'll pass around copies for you all. The idea is to pick up where Quentin was going with the schedule and looking at that September EQC and all of the legislative deadlines as those are set in stone, and starting to frame what your timeline is going to look like over the next couple of years. So this is a table and it covers both 2025 and 2026. And I did start to throw in some months just as a placeholder. So you can see every column is for a different month. So there are essentially 4 meetings on here for 2025 and then 5 for 2026. And again, you can all modify this as ever you see fit. So you can see the first column is May. So that's where we are today, where you're drafting the work plan. And then if you kind of follow across that first row, I'm guessing it might take you a little time to get this work plan finalized. And then it'll be a working document for you, so you can revise it as needed throughout the next couple of years. And then all of the next 5 rows, these are for all your topics, which you have 8 right now. So we can add in more rows for your 8. But the idea is to help you think about however many meetings you want to have, start to then map out the high level steps that you would need to complete for each of those topics. So examples might be getting information from staff. And then below that, below the topics, the next row is to review the palace, right? Which you also did today. And then we put that in for May 2026, because that's a statutory requirement for you. Below that is the draft report. So I don't know that I have all the steps in here for the draft report, but just keeping that as a placeholder, so that's another requirement. And then below that is getting to the legislative framework. And I don't have the EQC meeting on here, but that's something that we can add. I have proposed legislative concepts to department in March. I heard February yesterday, so whatever you guys want to put in as your schedule. But I thought this would be a good starting point for you guys to think about. All right, now that you've got your priorities, what does it look like to actually map those out over this timeline? So I'll just stop there for any questions or thoughts.
So did you say we have 10?
8.
Okay, I missed that. Hit me again with where they are.
Oh, you had them all 1 through whatever.
Yeah.
And then we added the 2 at the bottom.
Yep.
Sorry.
Nope, it's okay. It doesn't like me moving my screens around for some reason, so. So elk hunting access agreements. PLFAs. Private land fishing access. Let's see. Private land fishing access, PLFAs, elk hunting access, improving enrollment for access programs, public access land agreements, landowner preference, this landowner stewardship course, technology / phone app, and basically hunter ed. Kind of the 8.
To get the ball rolling, I'd just like to propose we put the hunter and landowner stewardship program conclusion as a top line.
This is the one we started on 4 years ago.
One
Well,
that's
let's do that.
the one that's sitting there. I mean, I think we can also walk and chew gum and do that one and do another one. I mean, yeah, what do you think? We need to bring it to a conclusion somehow. I don't think any of us are ready to just walk away. Always. Maybe Lee is.
Oh, maybe we should ask Quentin what the director thinks. we
Well,
go forward.
I think the director thinks we need to go forward
Okay,
with
well,
figuring out
good.
how it's gonna be implemented. So,
Well, I guess, Chair, we could easily put it to bed and put it to bed, or we can deep dive into it again. There's 2 rabbit holes to go there.
I would suggest that we need to see where it's at, make the next, here's where we go, and be done.
Sounds good.
All right, so let's hold that.
Wanna do it right now?
Rich, Donna. Everett. Paul said skip it.
I'm down.
Okay. Drew.
I didn't vote, sorry. But
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I think we need to conclude it one way or
Yeah,
another.
one way or
There
the
obviously is important enough.
Yeah, because I don't think we have to deep dive into it. I think we just bring it up, say, okay, where are we with the FWP and say,
Where are we
okay,
at?
with Christie and are we gonna get some traction? If she says no, it's really a non-starter, then we're done.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't
Just
think
need to
we're
follow
there.
up with-
I just think we need to, here's the status. How's it gonna finish?
Yes.
Okay,
Because it looks like resources go into youth. I mean, it looks like we take some of that same work and put it into youth education, so.
okay, next.
Chair, clarification.
Yeah.
So are you planning to do that at your next meeting?
Yes. We're at our last. No, okay, that's enough. All right. Okay, who would like to proffer the next top topic? Or does the department have a top topic?
I say we put our topics first, then to the departments.
Okay, so what's the next top topic?
The technology.
Everett's gonna show them how to do it.
Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Not- Dale's, he's not gonna stop it.
What's Paul think?
Stop, it's not my priority.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm a good with it as long as I don't have to show anybody how to make it work.
Does anybody have a other top topic?
Dale
besides-
does. What is yours, Dale? I'd like to hear. I mean, seriously, I
Yeah,
mean, we're all
right.
working here to get through it. So what do you
Yeah.
think is more important? I'm fine. I mean, maybe tech is third. I don't know.
To me, participation, enrollment and access programs, just everything from going through them and consolidating, reviewing them to what tweaks do we need to make in. I mean, there's so much there and start, which part of it do you take on? I'm not there, but I just think it's really a core mission of this group.
Okay, so we have two. Enrollment, participation and access programs and tech. Okay, so all those in favor of tech as the first indicate so.
Aye.
Well, it's been on there the longest amount of time. We've been talking about it.
Okay, so we have how many for tech? 5. Okay, how about the access programs?
Well, that's all.
What'd you do, Drew?
That's all
I
done by
didn't.
staff.
He didn't, come on.
He's neutral. He's neutral.
You're like the tiebreaker. You could tie us up.
We're gonna get to them all, Drew. So just
Okay.
pick something.
Just which order.
I think we should do, I would go with technology, because I think we
So
can do that
that-
in a more timely manner, and then we can
That's
spend
number
it.
2 then?
If everybody's good, that's 2.
Then can we go with the access next?
Yeah, I vote for access next.
Okay, good.
Love it.
All right, after access. So a reminder, we have fishing access, EHAs, landowner.
What happened to
preference.
hunter education? Did we do it?
We have education and we have PAL.
D.
I like the landowner preference.
I had hunter education as my third priority.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It should be in there ahead of all these other things.
HLSP, it's a.
Okay.
Okay, hunter education as number 4,
Okay,
thumbs up.
I'm good.
Don't do that. Okay. And then we have, again, landowner preference discussion, EHAs, PLFA, or PALA. Right?
Sure, I'd like to see Pala sneak up there at 5.
Yeah, I agree.
Agreed.
Okay,
Any opposition or second?
What do we have to
suggestion?
do to Palace? I thought we already had it.
Should be quick.
It'll be that easy. I'm
Good
sure.
one. Be a successful meeting.
So I think,
Let's put that one in
Lee,
September.
Lee, what you're gonna have there is looking at PALA and with the new legislation that's
Oh.
sort of like PALA and how it all
They didn't
digests.
like, the new legislation didn't like it.
It's just a different
It's a different
version of
different
something.
similar program.
Yeah, okay, so that was 5, is that right?
Then how about landowner preference? That's gonna be pretty easy, I think.
Oh, that'll be terrible.
Super.
Huh?
You
think that'll be hard?
It's complicated. But,
You better
Gotta
take
do it
it on and
sometime.
give us time.
okay, so I just want to throw out the low hanging fruit of fishing access.
That's where I'm at. I feel like it's
That's fine.
we're at.
So
trying to
that's
get some
number
access.
6.
I think it's low hanging fruit, fishing
Yeah.
access. I think it could be
I
an
think-
easy win.
I think it's neglected, low hanging fruit from us.
Yeah.
We good?
And then that leaves the 454s or the land.
PLFAs are 6. And then landowner preference and EHA. Who's number 7?
EHAs.
I thought we already had them.
We do. It's a,
We have all of them.
okay, so landowner, isn't that it?
We don't have.
Landowner
technology.
preference and EHAs?
Yeah,
Okay,
Okay,
which is it?
landowner.
make it last.
See, Dale suggested EHAs, so,
I'll go with EHA.
okay, so how many on landowner preference?
So for the bottom, last one.
Okay,
So EHAs are 7 and landowner preferences 8.
Yep.
okay, can you read through those, somebody?
Topic 1, HLSP course, Tournament Landowner Stewardship course. Topic 2, technology. Topic 3, improving enrollment and access programs. Topic 4, hunter education. Topic 5, public access land agreements. Topic 6, private land fishing access agreements. 7, elk hunting access agreements. Topic 8, landowner preference.
Any other discussion on that from the council? I don't need discussion on that from the department. I'm gonna eat this sandwich while I wait for your reply.
Renee, you go first.
You want me to go first? All right. Chair, my thought is, once the committee fleshes out all the steps and how you want to approach each of these items, I think that's where we as a program need to take a look at our capacity to be able to support and help support the committee in getting through that, because I'd imagine quite a few of these items will require us to gather information for you to come and present at meetings to support these meetings. So that's where I go. I just, in the back of my mind, there's a little red flag. This looks like a long list. This looks like a lot. I don't yet have a sense for some of these that you all might think are quick, easy ones to get through.
Jason, any additional thought?
As I sat here, it occurs to me that PALA and EHA potentially could fall under another topic. Not that I'm a lumper or a splitter per se, but they will be a component of another topic as well. And so
which would be topic 3.
Yes. So I
Put them together.
guess I would say it depends on how deep of a dive we take with topic 3, whether or not that would actually encompass those other programs specifically, or if it's a specific need to address an issue within those programs themselves.
Well, maybe just a little bit, I guess I think about, because when we were talking enrollment, right, like we were looking at the non-program, maybe some outreach and stuff. So maybe that's different than really looking at the existing programs. Or I know what you're saying. I don't know. I just don't want to lose sight of that aspect of it too, I guess.
So more of a outreach to non-participating landowners, right, was kind of, there's maybe 2 topics there. One is an access program focus,
Review,
and one is to those that are.
Yeah, how do we promote it more or educate more?
But I mean, I don't know. I'm a lumper or splitter, just kind of depends on who you are.
Okay, so should we put those together?
I think we can put them all together and just, we know what we want to focus on with those, so I'm all for that.
EHA, PALA, and enrollment in one, with a note for. I think the thing that's a little different is definitely enhancing enrollment as a specific topic to look at within those, and then 2, if we can focus something on non-participating.
But literally it's great that that Renee's put it all together. I mean, we could have a July Zoom, you could, and then you can focus on once we get May done, we're kind of off to the races a little.
Okay.
And we should be able to email and Zoom and all that stuff and really kind of get to work on stuff.
So 3 is gonna encompass 5 and 7. Right?
5 and 8, 5 and 7.
Oh, wait,
Is that right?
Yeah,
5 and 7.
5 and 7 would be
Within 3.
You could include 6 if you really wanted to. One's a focus, fishing focus, but
I think that'd be a nice sweet short,
Yeah, I'm for that.
maybe. Then we can go to Ching.
Yeah.
so you want it as a separate topic, or you
No, I
want?
think we put it all in.
Okay. That'll be a big lift for conversation. Just
Yeah.
Not that it's a problem, just letting you. Yeah.
Well, we created a lot of that data other than the updates to now, correct?
As far as what data are
Those
you,
programs.
they all exist, yeah. I'm not sure what you're specifically asking.
Well, just the parameters and participation, et cetera. Okay. All right. Anything else? The rest fall in place?
So HLSP, technology, access programs and all its nuances, hunter education, landowner preference.
So just to comment on that with 3, enrollment, participation, and the others, I think would that be happening not till September? If we follow this schedule?
Yep.
Okay.
Chair, you might talk about how you want to approach these. Some of them might be quicker where you could cover at one meeting, whereas others, like the access programs, you might want to have it span across many meetings.
Thoughts on that?
Or 2 full days.
I mean, short of Craig, I think everybody here has been through these programs. As far as a pretty solid look at each of the access programs, other than PLFA, and then the new edition. So I think we could tackle that one in a meeting similar to this one. I would think. Comment?
Depends on what tackling.
That was my thought, but
Yeah.
I'll let you guys speak first.
I mean, it's just kind of like, if it's simply a review of the programs, yeah, we've hashed them, rehashed them for years. But if all of a sudden now we're saying, hey, here's a new wrinkle that we need to add to the PALA program, or here's a new type of block management, then it would necessitate a whole new level of discussion that could be pretty robust and time consuming, as well as work from the department to get back to us.
Okay, so we would just have to look at what that lines out to be and consider that in the schedule. I do think too, if, and maybe it's not our concern, but if there's gonna be a interim committee, it's gonna be happening from June on.
That's our understanding.
Yeah.
Every other month. starting
And that'll be topics they're gonna be looking at. So I think I'd like to see us get involved in ahead of any of the challenges or anything we see to be ready for that. I mean, the only other option is to switch. No, I'm not gonna say that.
Chair, would it be possible, I hear what you're saying and it seems like a smart idea to get started on the access programs right away, just given the legislative schedule. Would it be possible to at your first meeting cover HLSP and also start on the conversation with access programs?
So then that would be scheduling a in-person meeting of a similar duration to this meeting.
I'm good with that.
Okay, all right.
What month?
Right now it sits in July.
Yeah.
I mean, we haven't got there yet, but okay.
It makes logical sense to get started on it from my perspective. I will tell you, and I'll speak for those managers left in here. July is tough to get their involvement, so we'll get what we can.
Yeah.
Particularly if it's in person, we may get some participation via Zoom from these folks, but they're either in the field setting up for the season or knee deep in trying to get things off the ground. So, okay.
Is June better?
I guess I'd look to these guys to make that determination. I don't know if the committee would be able to pull together that quickly.
Well, I just, is it something as Jason needs an email to the different regions saying, okay, what is good, what is bad that you've seen, and give people a chance to just sit at their computer or whatever, write down 4 or 5 bullet points. I don't care how random they are, that then could come back to you and then we can sit. I don't think they have to be here. I think just what's working, what's not. If we're really evaluating and checking this stuff and wanting to improve and roll, let's just ask maybe a couple simple questions. What's really working? What sucks? And and then let's all talk about it here at our group. Is that reasonable? It's like a wish list of stuff. I mean, be as frank as you want. You don't even have to put names to them, Jason. Just cut all the names off. I want all the good, all the bad and ugly, and then we'll do it.
Yeah, and I would just say, Renee, that I would think we can move any of this around as the schedule needs. With all the things to consider. Other than I do want us to finalize that one top subject, and then we go wherever. So if you all need to meet to plug these in a way that can be most impactful and schedule sensitive to everybody involved. You know, I think we can be pretty flexible and we'll do our best. You know, that's, I think, been the case. Is everybody okay with that? And it's a little open-ended. We can suggest this and you go back and you go, this isn't going to line up. Then you just come back to us in that thick conversation and say, we need to adjust that. Is that fair? Okay. Okay. All right. So how you lining that out beyond there, Jason?
Oh, I just started trying to plug in, like, so if there is a July meeting, maybe it's June, I don't know. June's pretty full with the commission meeting and everything else that people have going on, so that's a pretty quick turnaround, but just trying to wrap up topic one basically at the next meeting, whenever that is. I just, like I said, just started to maybe take Rich's idea of a wish list or suggested changes that staff on the surface level may have. We've kind of got a running list of some of that stuff to bring before the committee too, as kind of a kickoff for the discussion.
Okay, so our first meeting, we're gonna HLOSP and the access. Right? Okay, and then the next.
So that's as far as I've gotten. I don't know what Renee has in mind, but
So your next priority on the list is technology.
Whatever.
I have no idea. Like, am I good with it being the next one on the list?
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah.
I'm just gonna throw this out there. I feel like the ones that we need legislatively, so I feel like some of these like landowner preference or EHAs, I guess would fall under access maybe. But I feel like the ones that we need legislatively, we probably should touch on at that first meeting, so we get them moving through the system and then come back to the ones that maybe aren't as legislative.
And that's kind of a guess, but I think it's in those access programs.
Right.
You know, I don't know that tech needs legislation, who knows? We'll get it. Okay. Rich?
As far as tech goes, I mean, I would just maybe, and Everett, help me, I'm trying to logically think through that. I mean, I just like to hear the departments, you know, like, because we need a starting place, obviously, it's, we kind of know we're just sitting there, but I mean, maybe one of the techs to come in, this is where we currently are. I don't know, what are you thinking with that, Everett? Like, how to start that conversation as to what this group really provides? It's like, okay, I got to know that first off, does the guy, or does FWP even care? You know, do you guys, I mean, where is it on your radar? Where is it on Christie's radar? Where is tech and getting that up to speed? What's her thought process?
Yeah.
I don't even know where that is.
That would be actually really helpful to have somebody from the department or their IT person come in and say, hey, this is where we're at, this is where we're already going.
Yeah.
And that would.
And that would be something that would fit into something not taking a lot of time. It's just more information and we could digest and then go from there.
And say, this is our wish list.
Right. But I would like to know what the department's thinking.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful to have either Melissa and or Jess give us the broad strokes and history too, because we're several years down the road from the authorization to spend the money in the first place for our tech stuff. So where we were, where we started, where we're going, and then, you know, some game plans. And then I know that we have several recommendations to implement and maybe find some reality to those and if they're even possible or timeframes, things like that. So I don't know that this is a legislative thing as much as it is a workflow maybe. So some initial conversation and then see where it goes from there.
And if I could just add with that, I guess we keep talking about land trusts and there's another private company that's doing things. I mean, I'd like to hear what the department feels about these companies doing this and taking over, or if that's even on the radar or not necessarily competition, but hey, are you keeping up with these guys or is there a need to, or what's going on?
Do we need to hear from them?
Yeah.
Visit with them, at least.
I think some of them have visited with us. But so, okay, so that information is gonna have to come from the meeting and who's here and what information we have. We'll have to have that. So it seems to me that we're gonna plug in some things and then we're gonna end up adjusting them as the demands are. So maybe we just plug these in this priority and then we get to picking dates.
Well, and I think it'd be I'm sorry to keep speaking, but I mean, this is awesome. We're putting this together because then it can go to the department and the IT department can already start preparing stuff for, hey, PLPW is gonna be talking about this in their September meeting. We need to get organized. So I think this is really great.
So can we just plug those in that way? And then if they need to be adjusted, we're giving you what we would like to see, and then you'll see what you can really do.
Yep.
And
That sounds good to me. What do you think, Jason?
Yeah, I think that'll work.
Okay.
So good.
So the rest of those will just fall in line. And then we'll start on dates, months, and then dates.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Everybody's good with that here? You good with it? Jason, Renee? Okay. So we're in May. So is July the next best opportunity for the department? Do we need to look at June or no?
I think no on June.
Okay.
We have a lot of other.
Okay, so then we'll look at July as our next. So do we want to try to pick them or do we want to do the poll?
Say that again.
Poll, date poll, doodle poll, or whatever we do.
We're here, let's see if we can pick it.
Okay. All right.
This one's in person.
Yeah, if we're gonna bite into those two things. I mean, I'm looking at, it's sort of a 2-day deal. Okay.
Yeah, the only weekend in July that probably shot for everybody is the holiday out the gate the first week.
I would say nothing before the 7th.
Okay. Yeah, unless we're gonna have it in Red Lodge, we can't do that.
Or Hungry Horse.
Told you some of that. last time.
Hungry Horse. You could go up there.
Hmm.
They have a wild 4th of July.
Okay, so how about right in the middle, the week of the 14th? How does that look for the department? I know it's a little far in advance.
Where are we looking at? Any ideas on where we'd hold it?
No. Week of the 14th, does it look generally good on the council?
Yep.
Drew?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the calendar. Yeah, I could do that 14, 15.
It should be fine.
Okay. Great. Yep. Okay, Paul?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Everett?
I prefer the latter half of that week, but whatever
Okay.
works, I'll
Okay.
make any of them work.
Okay. Donna?
Look at the branch schedule, but
Okay.
for right now, I'll just go. Well,
Okay. So we'll plug that week in and prefer towards the end of the week if we can, like this one, Wednesday, Thursday. Okay.
Road by Treasure County Fair, you can do it before Forsyth.
Okay. So that'd be potentially meeting 1. And so are we gonna skip August? You got
I would
August,
like to skip August.
does that mean then we're gonna be available in September?
Nope.
I'm not available.
Nobody's available. October, November.
Sorry, nope.
That was conflict in
Unless you
September,
really
right?
want it to be Zoom, like.
From the field.
Let's zoom on the Starlink.
Incorporate the bow hunt.
In a
Where's
tree
the-
stand.
where's the general license unit?
Okay, so,
So the topic's technology.
So,
Perfect. Yeah.
is there a time in August?
Potentially that week of the 18th, that would be what, 5 weeks after our meeting?
Anytime.
5, 4.5, 5?
Okay, if it's me, I need to be the front end of that, 18th through 20th. So
20th out for me.
20th is out. So how's everybody 18th, 19th in August? Anybody not at this point? I know it's not a
It's just
crystal
the way it's
ball.
out there. I mean, I would say yes.
Okay. Well, 18th, 19th.
I'm retired, Rich.
I know. I got all the time in the world.
He's like, he might be out on his boat cruising up
Okay.
to the.
I could be anywhere. Could be anywhere.
All right, we decided no September,
Thank you.
correct?
What Jason said, September to November.
Yeah.
Or,
And
no,
then after stockers in December.
There you go.
So just a lot of winter meetings.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and we have had a December, but so November, any takers or any major problem in there? Yeah, everybody?
I could zoom in. They said October better than November.
Yeah. So we got
I'm
2
fine with
meetings
that.
in so far. I know it's.
What
hot
about
season.
Dead Week?
What do you think my business is?
What about Dead Week?
Paul?
Why is nobody talking about?
What is Dead Week?
What is that?
Between our true.
There's like 5 days where nothing goes
Oh, I
on.
didn't.
No seasons are open.
Oh.
MEA days?
Well,
Are those youth,
Oh, yeah.
their youth season?
When is Dead Week?
No. It is the week of the 6th through 10th of October.
Say that again, Chair.
Week of 6th through 10th. Antelope opens the 11th. I mean, it's really not a dead week.
Yeah.
Huh?
Throw it in there.
I have a hard conflict
thought-
that week, the whole week. Sorry.
I think I'm out of the country now.
Kind of Atlantis Morissette.
Okay.
Kind of a big deal.
All right.
Ag boy.
So that's out. We didn't get
I
anywhere there.
can check those dates. Go ahead and pick and then I'll.
Dead Week, the 13th though,
Are we talking 2 days or more?
Steph,
What's that?
isn't the Dead Week the 13th?
I thought so, yeah.
14, 15, that's the day before, 15 is the day before the youth year opener.
Yeah.
Pheasant and antelope open the 11th. Archery ends the 5th. No, archery ends the 12th. So, I mean, it's all clogged up. These guys are busier than busy.
Sure, you're out the week of October 5?
Correct. Not that it has to hinder
Okay,
me.
so is there any consensus for either that week of the 6th? Week of the 6th? We could probably pop a Zoom in there if we have to make it short and sweet.
When?
I don't know, 7, 8. Pick one, plug it in. Let's tentatively put down the 8th.
You're looking at a 1-day Zoom on that one,
One-day
or just,
Zoom.
I'm thinking, unless we have
Are
it
you gonna
for.
send these out to us, Jason?
oh yeah.
Say that again?
Gonna try
I
to
need
make these
to.
all-
I'll send these dates and the timeline, all that stuff out.
All right,
Probably December, I would assume. Would make that year end possible for this group, my table.
Can we do a Zoom in December?
we have.
Done in person in December. in
The
Helena.
7th is the last week of archery season.
So what do you October.
No, should be
October 7th.
No, that's a Tuesday.
I know, but that's the last week of Arches. Arches even gets it around 12.
Right.
And the,
Yeah.
and the down week is the 13th through the.
Okay. Well, maybe everybody can't make it. We're gonna tentatively plug
We'll
the,
probably take that.
What?
we're gonna put the 8th in as a tentative, probably a Zoom day or.
Are we back in October or are we back in December?
No, that's October. Back to October. Okay, so no November, right?
No November.
Okay, and then December. Let's all do it on the 25th.
Yeah, that's
Perfect.
25th of December.
Can we do the 24th?
We're coming to Glasgow, Lee.
When is?
Bring your own Christmas.
Okay.
Just bring your own present. Bring a bunch of presents.
Okay.
So that next week.
Yeah. 15th through the 19th.
For me.
What date?
If so, is that gonna be Zoom?
17, 18.
Yeah, 16, 17. About the 9th.
You guys talk about it. I gotta look at some.
We're not, we got Stalkers,
Rich and I have a conflict.
the 10th or the 9th through the 12th.
Let's go 16, 17 for now.
Okay, perfect.
16th, 17th.
16, 17.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 meetings right there. No session in 26. We need to go farther.
No, let's go to
Okay.
December.
All right.
I mean, things are gonna change it. Let's-
Yeah.
Let's just go to
Okay.
December.
So then you can plug those in and see what's real.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I don't know. when
Did
December-
we say December Zoom or travel?
Whatever the council would like to do.
Let's
We'll leave it open.
let's see where we're at on that.
Do you have a suggested location or location preferences for any of these? You want to go back to back in-person meetings, July and August, or do you want to have 2 Zoom meetings in a row? Or do you want to switch?
Can I make a suggestion that we see where we go in July and then we can make a determination whether we should do Zoom or face to face after that? I mean, I think we get more input from the department in terms
Yeah.
of what they might be able to offer to us at the next meetings, and that might dictate whether we need to.
And then July, we could do it in Helena so that we could have the director there.
Essentially.
Well, I get it, but if we ever need people from there, we can just do
We'll
it.
save you almost as much money as Lee and Dawn. Anyway. Yeah,
So that
should we
that
put
one look-
Helena as a tentative on
That
July?
would be great.
Okay. All right. You good there?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I think we've addressed our objectives for this meeting. So 20, yes, just final comments, member reports. And I will send that one note out to everybody about how we can consider being more effective locally. What else? Okay. Do you want to wrap on yours?
I have not, I think it's been good. I don't have anything else to really say. We kind of covered our reports early on, so I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Kind of covered everything already. You're becoming more local. If I go down to the bar and tell my husband I Ed told me to, does that count?
Sure.
Try to get input?
All right.
All right.
I suppose that's the hub. Bar
The hub,
or the fire department.
yeah. Or the Napa story.
There you go. Yep.
Perfect.
I'm good. You're good? Thank you.
Enjoy working with everybody, so glad to see you.
Excuse me, Drew.
We still have the best access programs in the country, and kudos to all you for keeping the ball rolling on.
Stephanie?
Thank you guys all for all you do. Appreciate all you do. You guys are really the bread and butter behind making these work, and we appreciate all your hard work.
Yep, we're getting better every year. It's gonna get elected. Everett's gonna make it all electric.
Sounds like a charge.
That's the best.
Great.
Appreciate the agency folks, appreciate the council folks, appreciate your patience with me. Thank you. Drive safe.
All good. All good. Yeah, I'll just reiterate to the staff, you folks on the boots in the field on, I don't know the best way to put it, but you know, I went to the landowner dealer or dinner with Cheyenne, and it was so well received, you know, to talk about good relationships. And, you know, you did a great job, and I had discussions with people at the table because of your presentation about Pella and other things, just them thinking about it. So kudos to you in that experience, and I'm sure to each of you and yours where you do it, make that great connection. To Quentin's point, you know, and we know that's really where the medal is. We fully understand that and greatly appreciate how you do it, how well you do it. I don't think we can ever say that enough. And to the rest of the staff that all that you do in the background, you know, we don't take it for granted. Yeah, we often ask and go, can you get this? And we're like, you know, so you can always, as we wrap up, you can always say to us, and for what purpose? You know, how are we going to use this? And remind us, that would be great. We want to have that completely understood, that we know you're, especially in these sessions and wrapping up after the sessions and then jumping right into your access seasons. There's no downtime. So we appreciate the access we have to you to ask you a question and how well you can answer when we're looking at a PALA or any other subject within these programs. You folks always have that answer. It's like, well, let me tell you. So you're doing a great job. This is why it's successful. And we just hope to help to be a part of building that in the future and securing. So thanks everybody to the council. Thank you all for waiting through this one. Lee and Don for getting here.
I'll
The
explain it all to Lee on the way home.
He's gonna put his phone on and listen all the way back to Glasgow, right?
Yeah, my electric.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Say goodbye, Lee.
Thanks. Let's hook up for lunch or something.
Yeah, no, that'd be great. I told Heidi